Well, howdy, 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 folks. How is everybody doing today? I hope well. I hope the answer to that question is Thunderhead, I'm doing well. Thunderhead, I'm having a great day. Everything is going my way. Or at least, you know, the things that potentially can. I suppose some things, just the world we live in these days is a bit wild, but on that micro scale, if not on the macro scale, I certainly hope things are going your way. Data Nerd, good to see you rolling, getting in there with the second post in chat. Too bad you didn't get in with the first. I was rooting for you, man. I really was. Just steeping my tea a little bit. I gotta say, I'm really glad that I switched from coffee to tea later in the day. I'm still doing coffee in the mornings, but tea throughout the rest of the day. Like, the caffeine helps me, but it's not such a hit that I get like the shakes. And I guess it's just been sort of part of my whole generally try to live healthier initiative lately that so far has been very successful. I have to say, I'm feeling significantly better than I was even 1 month, 2 months ago. Like, between the break and some shifts in my overall, like, health regimen and getting myself on a proper sleep schedule, I'm feeling it again. You know? I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm feeling it. You may be publishing a game in negotiations with Chris Kennedy to write rules for his Four Horsemen universe. Isn't he a part of the Raccoon City Police Department? I'm pretty sure he just got transferred, didn't he? How are you doing, Sumitha? How's life treating you? Thank you for saying so, Data Nerd. Yeah, you probably know more of the particulars than a lot of people do. I'll just say it is I'm showing improvement. Oh yeah, that's the one. I knew it was one of those. And then it's Chris. You know what it was in my head? I was like, Chris Redfield and Leon Kennedy. That's immediately what I imagined. Is just like Leon Kennedy, but with biceps that are like fucking bowling balls. The Four Horsemen universe. That's very interesting, Roland. What kind of game? What kind of setting is this Four Horsemen universe? Getting to my Vitrian Dragoons again, doing the heavy bolter teams. Looking very World War I. Ooh, interesting. I always like the Vitrian Dragoons concept. They're one of my favorite regiments from Dan Abnett's writing. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Vitrian Dragoons were really created along with their appearance in Gaunt's Ghosts. I'm using more lights today, by the way. I put another light to my left side because I realized that I looked like a fucking weirdo with just my 2 key lights on, and I needed one more to warm things up just a little bit. So you might be able to see me a little bit better today. So as I've mentioned before, I'm starting to do some auditions for voiceover work. And I'm starting to look at doing some narration for audiobooks. There is a whole market out there, and I'm just kind of putting myself out there. I don't know if it's something I'm really gonna do for a long period of time, or if it's gonna be like, you know, a new step in my as part of the whole creative milieu that I am a part of. But it's something that I'm looking into, and I'm at least going to try it in a few cases. But I think we're going to do some story times over on the Discord. I know I mentioned it before, but at this point, I'm pretty sure that we're going to. It might be like Saturday nights for a little while. If people feel like hanging out on the Discord, I might just sit there and read you some Gaunt's Ghosts. We're gonna sit down by the fire with Thunderhead, and we're gonna pull out some of the classics in cheap pulp paperback sci-fi. And we're gonna go through it. I'll do silly voices. It'll be fun. Oh, thank you, Sumitha. Yeah, you know, I'm lucky enough to be in a position where, like, I don't have to do it as a job. It's just something I'm interested in, and I'd like to see how it goes. So I'm gonna put myself out there and try a few things, and And I appreciate that, Data Nerd, because, yeah, right now, it's a question of getting literally anything that I can put together on a demo reel so I can start seeking, like any work at all, really. Basic elevator pitch is, humans are the bottom rung of the galactic ladder. That just seems like it's probably true. We are skilled fighters, so Earth's largest export is mercenary units. Okay. Alright. We monkeys are good at swinging our sticks, is what you're saying. The back deck is very pleasant, particularly right now. Asri, good to see ya. Sup, my man. You know, I will say, Ren, the first thing that you learn as soon as you're like, I am a man with a relatively deep voice, and I would like to do some voiceover narration work. The first fucking thing that happens, the first thing that pops up is, are you comfortable reading erotica? Like, I don't know about that. Maybe we'll try something a little tamer first. Have a ton of painting to do and I don't want to do it. Asri, I'm gonna give you a hot take. You ready for it? Don't. If you don't feel like doing it, honestly, fucking don't. Or if you really, like, if you're just chasing that feeling of getting something done, I'm gonna give you another piece of advice, Asri. Paint for 15 minutes. Go through your setup procedure, get yourself ready to paint, get all your supplies out, pick one step that you're gonna do, paint for 15 minutes, set a timer, be done. Because that way, at the end of the day, you've made some progress. It might not be a lot of progress, but you've made some progress. See what you can get done in that amount of time. And chances are, once you start, you'll want to keep going. Tournaments are coming and gotta get shit painted. Well, I'm telling you, man, if it's a motivation problem, just try the 15-minute thing. Like, and just see how far it takes you. Because usually when I do the 15-minute thing, I end up painting for a few hours, and it just is easier to get started if I'm telling myself, it's just 15 minutes. It's lying to yourself. It's hacking your brain a little bit. Life hacks, man. Life hacks. Various human power armor units and the aliens, and there's a lot of variety. This is an interesting notion. This is an interesting notion. I think that there is potentially an argument to be made, like, you know, if you're in control of the sci-fi universe and you decide what bioforms all the aliens take, you could write a universe in which, and obviously I haven't read any of it, so I assume he addresses this, but, you know, the bilateral symmetry of the human body, our 2 arms, 2 legs, our binocular vision, like, you could reason that given the evolutionary conditions on other planets that we're kind of, like, generalist, like we function really well in a whole series of different environments and that we're ideally suited for tool use. Which potentially other intelligent, sapient species evolving might not be as specialized towards tool use, but could have more natural tools built in that would then be harder to use instruments like we do. And that would reasonably make us better combatants than most. We're like the orcs of the galaxy. Are you familiar with the Dark Forest analogy, the Dark Forest response to the Fermi paradox, Roland? It's one of my favorites. It doesn't suppose that humans are the most badass motherfuckers on the block. It supposes that we are among the least competent. But it's one of my favorite answers to the Fermi paradox because it comes along with a dose of cosmic horror. I think it was explored in... Who wrote it? It was a series of books. It was a trilogy of books. They were called... I think the series was called The Three-Body Problem. I think my hesitancy right now is there's a clog in my airbrush and I'm going to have to clean it. And after I prime, I'm going to have to clean it again so I can base coat. And Asri, I'm going to tell you something. That is... I feel that so much. I hate cleaning my airbrush. But it's one of those things where, Ren, please lurk away. It's wonderful to have you. It's one of those things where, ironically, not doing the cleaning actually causes more work than just doing the work of cleaning. But I think you probably know that. That's what I have to remind myself of to get it done, is that a little bit of work now is going to save me a lot of work later on. Sapience is an evolutionary dead end. The huge negative, being aware of what we're doing, means we have the ability to fuck it up. You know, I think that presupposes that, or that supposes, rather, that there is an end goal to sapience. When sapience comes along with the ability to set goals in and of itself. It's more complex than that, but, I mean, obviously it is, but it's, that's an interesting note, Asri. A matriarchal race for rat people. Oh my god. You're right, I do like that. If anyone is unaware, the Dark Forest analogy or response to the Fermi paradox, which is sort of the question of why isn't there more intelligent life in the galaxy that we should have encountered by now, if it can evolve sort of as easily as it did on Earth. The Dark Forest analogy likens the universe, the galaxy, to a dark forest. It's right there in the name. And it supposes that everything in this dark forest, those being other sapient races, just as it is in a real forest, is either predator or prey. And other sapient races that do exist now are moving through that dark forest very, very quietly. They are being careful with their footfalls not to break leaves or branches. They are, you know, moving things out of their way, and they're listening, and they're not talking, because the harsh reality of that dark forest may very well be that as a species calls out into the darkness, searching for others like itself, other races, whether they be... They don't necessarily have to be like violent, vicious, horrible destroyers that hate everyone, just for the sake of protecting themselves. It's entirely possible that other sapient races, the ones that survive, have learned to seek out and destroy any sapient race that pokes its head up. Because that race is very likely close to a sort of technological event, a massive step forward that could render them horrifically dangerous, and that any communication with another sapient species is by its very nature a risk to the existence of your own. Which I think is an interesting answer to that, because as I said, that was explored in a series of books called The Three Body Problem, where we were sending out, you know, our messages, our radio waves out into space, and we got a message back, and it took us a while to translate, and when we translated it, it was more than this, but it boiled down to, I am one of the pacifists of my planet. They know what direction you're in, but not what star. Whatever you do, do not answer this message. Which is just like, oh. Oh no. I guess we should probably stop doing that. Just about done with the Carnival starter set. Eyes are starting to go crossed. Ready to be done so I can start painting either the vampires or the ostrich riders. This seems like quite the interesting set. Happy Heretic. I'm looking forward to seeing this. The backwoods hicks cooking meth in the back of a broken down RV. I wouldn't visit us either. I'm always reminded of the Calvin and Hobbes single panel comic. I'm very, like, throughout my young life, I was very, very influenced by Calvin and Hobbes, as I suspect a lot of people were. Bill Watterson was an amazing artist and writer. And there's a single panel comic he did that's just like an old growth tree, a really, really big one with lots of growth rings. And it's been fucking hacked off real rough, and it's got some of its fibers still sticking up from where it went over. And it's just Calvin and Hobbes standing there, and Calvin's just saying, like, sometimes I think the surest sign that there's intelligent life in the galaxy is that none of it's tried to contact us. I took that to heart as a kid. A libertarian nightmare of a government, so just a libertarian government. Ooh, spicy. That's interesting, Ren. I had never considered that Hobbs could be a gateway drug into the world of furries and anthros. That literally never occurred to me. Like, at all. Because, like, similarly, yeah, Hobbs is one of my favorite characters, and an important one to me, from when I was growing up. But he never quite had that effect on me. Yeah, Roland, so you're just libertarians then, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, no, that's cool. We got some 3D work. We got some 3D work tonight. We're going to be continuing to work on the DeTomaso from Jungle Plague. Before I do that, I have to do a little bit of work on my Crystal Badlands. It should not take long to do. In fact, if it winds up taking more than I've sort of slated for it, I'm just going to drop it. It's just that my printer is quiet right now, and I got a piece that just needs a little bit of sculpting done on it, so I want to pull it up. I want to do a little bit of texturing on it. I want to put it on my printer. I want to slide it to the side, and then we'll get right back to the Panther. That's my plan. That's my plan. Right, Bots to Beasts? So I'm watching it. I'm watching Strange New Worlds, and it's not bad. I hate to be a total asshole and be like, I like it because my standards have been dropped by all these shows, even though I've said that a few times. The fact is, I'm enjoying the show. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm realizing that I never really demanded perfection out of Star Trek. I recognize that Star Trek has always been flawed and kind of silly. And I admit, I started to laugh my ass off on the, is it 4th or 5th episode, when in the beginning Spock is having a dream, and he's fighting, like, human Spock is fighting Vulcan Spock, and they throw him, like, the stupid bladed staff. And I'm sitting there on the couch, and I was like, and then the music actually started. I was like, oh, okay, alright. I mean, I was kidding, but this is a thing. It was the fight music, and I was tickled by it. It was dumb, but the thing is about things like that is just like, I can't at all pretend like Star Trek is above that. I can't, because it's not. And it never was. You go back and watch old TOS episodes, which obviously this is aping off, and it's like the one with like Zephram Cochrane and the Traveler, or not the Traveler, the Companion. It's like the episodes were always like this, and most of them were kind of horror centric. A lot of them were horror scenarios. So it's like, yeah, this really works. The Gorn episode was fun. I have successfully separated many of the characters from their original incarnations. Oh yeah, and I gotta say, I like the redesign of the Enterprise 1701. The exterior looks good. It looks a lot like the old original model with just a couple of details added. The colors are all good. The interior is a huge improvement from the interiors that they had in like Discovery, where everything was all dark and blue and super high-tech and hollow panels and shit. Like, it's pseudo-retro-futurist, but it is heavily redesigned, and it looks like it was redesigned through the lens of the next generation. Because the colors are all bright, and the environments have that look of, like, space cruise ship. It looks like a slightly more primitive version of the interior of the Enterprise D, and I am fine with that. Yes! Bots to Beast, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I was thinking, is it looks like if you took the TOS costumes and you melded them with the costumes from Star Trek the Motion Picture. Not necessarily Star Trek 2 or 3, but Star Trek the Motion Picture specifically. It's like if you took the cut of Star Trek the Motion Picture and then applied the patterns of the original series. And yes, the last episode, the one with Spock, was the first one where we saw Pike in the green leisure. And it still has the kind of, like, shaped shoulder panels and everything that the uniform does, but then, yeah, it has the wrap with the little Starfleet logo, and I was like, oh yeah, no, that's the business. And Anson Mount he's just charming. He has, like, almost nothing to do with the original incarnation of Pike in the cage, but I also don't fucking care because Pike was in... Like, the original Captain Pike was in 2 episodes. He was in that one weird pilot, and then he was in the cage. And that's it. Like, it's not like he's a super established character or anything. So if they want to do something with Captain Pike, I'm fine with it. And what they're doing is a pleasure. I like Hemmer, the Anar engineer. I think he's great. It took me a while, even seeing her name in the credits, to realize that what's-her-name was Rebecca Romijn, because I realized, like, I've never seen Rebecca Romijn as a brunette in my fucking life. Like, even now when I look at her, I'm like, that's Rebecca Romijn. My brain's going, no, it isn't. That's somebody else. But yeah, he's, Anson Mount, I don't want to say he carries the show, because the show, I don't feel like it needs carrying. Ethan Peck is a perfectly good Spock. I think Ethan Peck is a better Spock than Zachary Quinto was. And I never felt that Zachary Quinto was bad. I feel like he got bad writing. But I don't feel like he was bad at playing a sort of a younger, less experienced Spock. The Boys is a Star Trek show. Mirror Universe McCoy and a time-displaced Brad Boimler fight augments in early 21st century America. I could see how Vought could lead to the eugenics wars, but we have an American Civil War and some hunger riots to go through before it becomes the eugenics wars and then finally World War III. He made the character now, and Ethan Peck nails the McCoys. Oh, the Nimoy, yes. He comes off as, and this is a tricky thing to do when you're playing an established character, is to not just imitate. Is to not just imitate the performance of the previous actor. And I don't get the feeling that Ethan Peck, who it took me a while to realize is like the grandson of Gregory Peck, which I'm like, oh shit, okay, I guess that makes sense. I don't get the feeling that he's just imitating Leonard Nimoy. He's borrowing a few of the particular mannerisms. His delivery of the word fascinating is spot on. And other than that, he's really kind of making the character his own to the point where I believe, like, this is a younger Spock. I admit I laughed out loud at that line. Was it the first episode when they had to... Yeah, it was. It was the first episode where they did the genetic treatment to appear to be like the aliens, which I enjoyed that because Star Trek is always just kind of... Anytime they make themselves look like an alien, they get the shit on their forehead so they can go pretend to be an alien species. They just kind of wave their hands in the air and they go, we did surgery, it's something, we did something. The doctor made you look like a fucked up alien with a butt on its forehead. And you're like, okay, whatever. They don't really go into the specifics of what the hell's going on there, how that works. Are you actually changing their physiology? Is it surgical? Is it chemical? Is it genetic? So they're like, it's genetic. It's a gene treatment that has a temporary effect. Like, okay, fine. This is fine. And but when Spock's ears were going back and forth, and they're like, "Hey, Spock, you know your ears," and he's like, "Yes, I am aware. The pain is extraordinary." It's like, oh, I just liked his delivery of that because you got the impression like, oh, I would probably be screaming if I were him. The pain is extraordinary. Oh, he's a lot of fun. I'm a little... I like the scenes that have been on Vulcan when they've showed Vulcan has looked really cool. Do Vulcans bang all the time? I thought they only had sex during the Pon farr. And I'm not getting that impression with his wife. Or was that during his Pon farr? I guess I don't know. Does it matter all that much? I don't know. Okay. That's probably fair, Roland. During the Pon farr, they, like, have to. But separate than that, they're able to. I was also a little thrown by them, like, holding hands and kissing in a restaurant when I'm like, shouldn't you be doing the finger thing? You should... This is the Vulcan thing, isn't it? They just, like, they nuzzle their fingers back to back. I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter. I guess he's half human. Maybe that's the point. Win Star Wars. The pain is extraordinary. Oh, Firestarter. That is a lot of months. 23. We're about to hit that 2 years, man. That's exciting as hell. Firestarter, thank you so much for your support, man. Thank you for the subscription. I can't say that you're wrong, Roland. And I will acknowledge that. I only think about Vulcans doing it during the Pon farr. Oh, that's a weird sentence. I don't think about Vulcans doing it. That's when they have to. They have to during the Pon farr, but I guess it's never been stated that they don't mate outside of the Pon farr. As far as I remember. I literally was Happy Heretic when they were at dinner and they were like holding hands. I was like, do the finger thing! Do the thing! Yeah, Ortegas is okay. I don't think she's my favorite character, but she's fine. I'm interested by the Noonien Singh character. Her existence and their knowledge. That throws me a little bit. Just because... would anyone on that crew be aware of the Noonien Singh dynasty? Captain Kirk had to be educated as to who the fuck Khan Noonien Singh was when they found the Botany Bay. And what are the odds that the Enterprise would find the Botany Bay after a Noonien Singh served on board the previous crew? That's stretching my suspension of disbelief a bit, but it's not like a huge problem. Do the thing! Do the finger thing! Hey, Sewer Creature, good to see you, man. Shiny Mew Paints, welcome in. I mean, nobody had any idea. As far as I remember of Space Seed, nobody had any idea who Khan Noonien Singh was when they found him on the Botany Bay. Like, they were reminded and they were like, oh, I remember reading something kind of about that. But then in Strange New Worlds, it seems like everybody knows who Khan Noonien Singh was. They could hand wave away the finger thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. As just a first meeting or Pon farr mating initiation. No, you can't do that. You can't do that, Sumitha. Because it was every single Vulcan couple, and it was also Spock's mother and Sarek did that regularly, well into their relationship. Even when they were older on TNG, when Sarek was losing his mind and he had to mind meld with Picard. They were still doing the finger even in private in their room with no one watching, they were doing the finger thing. Ooh, this is kind of erotic when I think about it. This is oof. Ooh. Oh man. This better not awaken anything in me. Yeah. We will be adopting... What was it in when the comic book guy like got control of society in Simpsons? We will be adopting the Vulcan form of mating, their Pon farr, in that we will only be mating once every 7 years. For many of you, this will mean much less mating. For me, much, much more. Now, okay, defending the show, the Vulcan lady and Spock like held hands in a restaurant, and immediately a waiter walks up to them and he's like, "Excuse me, could you do that in private?" I'm like, okay. Like all they did was touch hands. I think maybe they kissed. And a waiter came over and was just like suppressing their civil liberties like crazy. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Touch your fingers like a good Vulcan. Winona's a little cray-cray and she's wiped. No, get the fuck out of here, bots to beasts. No, we're not doing that. J.J. Abrams bullshit. Alright, that's my tea. Let's get a little work done, what do you say? Alright, let me get one of these crystal spires done up and sculpted. Right quick, I just need to add a few things. That's a funky beat, isn't it? I've been just sort of building this set out. I got all the Crystal Glacier pieces done, and these have all been test printed successfully. Now I'm doing a few large spire pieces, some low cover pieces, some small clusters. You should be able to populate a table pretty easily by just printing one of each piece, which is kind of the ideal for a terrain set for me. M1A1 Jabrams? He doesn't deserve that. Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing today, Riot Sister? It's good to see you. You fantastic person, you. Roland, did you have a good birthday, man? I hope you did. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully you were able to rearrange them, at the very least. Alright, just want to add a couple more. Well, shit, dude. I'm sorry. Sometimes life be like that. That doesn't make it any less lame. Well, save it. Save the celebration. Put it in your back pocket and remember to have it when things are a little bit more calmed down, man. Don't let life get you down. You deal with your shit, be there for your family, and then take some time for yourself after the fact, eh? Well, hey, that's something. There's not exactly a silver lining, but not a total loss. All right, let's move these. Into the right component here. Spire B. Yep, excellent. Let's put a few over into this one. Has anyone watched Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe? Which is available currently on... What channel is it? Is it Paramount Plus? It might be. I watched that on Amazon Prime, and I currently have Paramount Plus, so maybe that's why I had access to it. Maybe it's somebody else, but Mike Judge released Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe, and it is... It's funny. It is exactly the same as literally every other Beavis and Butthead everything that has ever been produced. You are in for no surprises, but it's wonderful. probably dates me. I'll bet, like, I don't know, I guess Beavis and Butthead was very much a mid-90s thing. Change subscription names? Wait, I've done that, haven't I? I thought I gave special names to my subscriptions a while ago. Providing terrain for the main historical Wargaming Association's first Battletech meetup in July. Dude, fuck yeah. Roland, if you need any support, man. If you need anything sent your way, please let us know. I'd be happy to help you out. Painted Fluid Works. We can probably do Fluid Works and then you can paint it. I'll bet we could manage that. Yeah, Jungle Plague, I gotta knock one of these out real quick so I can get my printer going. You see it's silent right now. And then I'm gonna jump back on what we've got going on here with Jungle Plague's D-Scene Panther, which is coming together pretty well. I'm gonna try to get the arms done today. I'm trying to avoid the look of columnar basalt. I'm trying to make it look as crystalline as I'm able, because that is the idea, and the plan is to have this basic crystal set available, the red zone crystal set, and then I'm going to do some corrupted plant life, and I am going to do some, like, structures that have been overtaken by crystal growth. But this is going to be the first chunk of it. Well, thank you for saying so, Jungle Plate. You did a great job on the design of it, man. I'm just happy to get a chance to take a swing at it. That is thoroughly appreciated, Roland. Got Saturday off so I can head to our local group store for some giant stompy robot action. Happy Heretic, I'm glad to hear it, man. Get anywhere near enough games in. You gotta seize the opportunity. You gotta carpe the diem. Seize the carp. Oh, Shiny Mew Paints, thank you for the reminder. I hope everyone's week is going well so far. It is only Tuesday, so I suppose on some level it remains to be seen exactly how they're all gonna go. But you know, by Tuesday you usually got a little bit of a flavor, you know. Alright, that's probably a good number to add a little bit of interest to this one. Spire C. Let's go ahead and save this. Oh god, excuse me. Alright, let's pull up ZBrush. Oh my god, it's a big dick! It's not. It's a crystal. It looks enough like a schlong that I was immediately like, I need to redesign this one. Whoops. Oh, I didn't cut that off like I should have. Let me fix it. And I forgot to do it because I have my analysis playing on, which is a whoopsie. Yep, there it is. There we go. Alright, now it won't have that. Oh my god, Manro Fasal. 25 months. Manro, thank you for all of your support and welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope the answer to that question is well. I'm doing well. Do a little quick polygroup assignment. There we go. Now let's go ahead and dynamesh this bad boy. Bump ourselves up to 1.5 million polys. Or not polys, but points. Fewer polys than that, thankfully. That looks pretty good. We can work with this. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Schlong. Oh my god, this probably got better production value. Moving to the East Coast, should I take my Ender 3s all the way apart to move? I would disassemble the top of the frame, and I would certainly pull the gantry assembly off of the extrusions, but that's probably it. I'd probably just take the top frame off, slide the gantry off of it, and I'd flat pack those, and I'd leave everything else together. Crystal Bong, man! Plus you can hide your weed in there. What's going on, Wombat? How you doing today? Alright. Now, a little bit of time for the old stylus. Add some more interesting shapes in this time. Some kind of peaks. Go for that sort of split earth look. And then reverse it. And there we go. Stereotypical wastoid behavior. That's why we like having you around, Wombat. Makes me feel more productive. How you doing, man? It's always good to see you. Alright, let's see if I can do this one fairly quick. Smooth this out here. Yeah, things like 3D printers, or generally speaking, delicate electronic equipment that comes with custom packaging from shipment. Those are among the few boxes that I'll usually keep for packing purposes during a move. Just because it's really nice to have a box that is specially made for that, you know? With like custom shaped styrofoam for the pieces and everything. No, I'm pretty sure there was something like an Ender 3. Yeah, you take apart the top and remove the gantry, and the rest of it's pretty solid. Hamburg Tag, hi diddly ho, Thunderino. How you doing today, Hamburg? It's wonderful to see you. Ion Raptor, welcome in. Could we get a shout out? I mean, hopefully we've had a few shout-outs. We've had one for Wombat Combat. Definitely go give him a follow. But check out Ion Raptor Designs if you haven't yet. Enjoy 3D modeling streams. He's one of the more educational to watch. That was the wrong behavior with that brush. I was like, why did it do that? Oh, because I'm a fool, that's why. That's what I wanted to do. Give a little peek there. Hey, Aaron Heathart, how you doing today, man? 90% sure I'm going on hiatus again. I can't stream more than I can anymore. Oh, that took me a rereading on that sentence. Can't stream more than I can anymore. Well, you know, anytime you're able to, I'm always glad to see you online, Ion Raptor. Now, you've been doing some work lately for Rick Graham over at White Light Media, right? How's that going? Let's do a little correction here into how I want this to look. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Aaron Heathart. This came out a little aggressive. Let's ease it out. Don't need anything too crazy now. Little tippy taps, little tippy taps. Now let's go ahead and give ourselves a ridge to work with. Here, coming out to our 3 points. Which, wow, that wound up a lot more curved than I meant it to. Let's fix that. There we go, slightly more of a point. Not too much of one. Hey, punished Fink. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ion Raptor. Hopefully your schedule clears up so that you can get back to it. Assuming you enjoy it, we certainly enjoy watching you. For those of you wondering why I'm not working on my mech, I will be soon. I'm just trying to get this one piece done so that I can put it on my printer. So that my printer isn't, silent. There we go. While I'm working today. How you been, Punished Fink? It's good to see you. I hope all's well in your neck of the woods. Hope Kaylee's doing well. Bring all this down. Down and then in. Yeah, I figured I should mention Strange New Worlds though, Roland, because I've been so resistant to it, and I have to confess when I'm watching and enjoying it. It does not feel like Kurtzman crap, which is a relief. It's got a little bit of the schmaltz, but nothing that I can't stand. What is this? How did this happen? I must have grabbed the wrong poly group. There we go. Okay, all better. Ka Illustra Luna. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good day. I certainly am. That out. Smooth on here. Drop this. Everything here wound up a little extreme, so a couple of corrections will go a long way. Yeah, it genuinely does. I don't know that it feels exactly like TOS and TNG, but it feels far more inspired by them than anything that I saw in Discovery or Picard, which those felt like they had contempt for TOS and TNG, which I take issue with. Call me old-fashioned. Alright, how's that feeling? It's all feeling pretty good. Let's throw a little texture down. I want to say group 4, I want to say I was using 32. $30, 32. Let's try 30 looks right to me. Polygroups, backface mask. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Right. Mix in something a little different. Let's try 32. I think I was using 32 for the between textures before. Yeah, that'll do. Just some nice roughage. This texture prints particularly well, which is why I use it for things that I'm going to be printing in FDM. It's tempting to go super fine with the detailing, but all you really need is a texture that's going to paint and dry brush well in FDM. It seems to be. It has Captain Pike like saying aspirational things about how the future can be. I liked that first episode supposing that there was a species that had developed warp technology in the form of a bomb before it had in the form of a like a space drive. That was an interesting idea. There have been a few oblique references to events in Discovery that I've just kind of written off as, I guess I'll never know what they're talking about. And that's been okay. Space Iguana. Hey, glad I had backup army for that tournament. Bretonians aren't looking good on the progress front. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for your support. How you doing today, Space Iguana? Someone needs to tell contrast paints and speed paints to stop being so fun. Oh no, are you enjoying painting too much, Happy Heretic? That's a shame. Not all is going smoothly like peanut butter, but I'm taking care of it, trying to keep up on stream and projects. Punish Fink, never let the streaming become an obligation. If you've got shit to take care of in your personal life, man, people will still be here when you are done handling that shit. Alright, that looks pretty good for that bottom texture. Now let's do... some cracks and crevices on our crystals. Now that I've done a few of these, I've got a better feeling for which of these actually, like, look good in their final printed form and which ones are kind of deceptive. And if you take details and kind of layer them like that, you can get some pretty interesting looking stuff. Up and down, strikes and gutters, you know? You gotta take the good with the bad, right? Oh, fuck. I gotta have my back face mask on there. That was a mistake. There we go. I didn't want it pushing through the mesh on this side. Grab this one. Got a lot of blank space over here. Right, a couple of small cracks, I'm thinking. Ooh, let me make sure I didn't just mess that up. Did a little bit. I keep forgetting to put on back face mask. Alright, now let's grab that crack again. It's looking pretty good. A couple of rough spots, and I think we should be good to go. And for rough spots... Hold on, how about this one? Nah, I don't like that one. That one's raised. That one's raised. That's no good. I understand that, Punished Fink. That's kind of what I use mine for, is just to keep me moving forward, but don't let it become a detriment. It's a fine balance between motivation and just hating what you're doing, you know? My brick and stone textures, that's what I'm looking for. Some of these work remarkably well. They're just rough spots on crystal structures. One more use of my favorite crack alpha. I think down here, maybe here. Maybe right here. That's a good spot. Kind of across it and through that rough spot. Oh, nope. Gotta remember to do the back face mask, or I regret it every single time. There it is. That looks good to me. This is a big one, too. This thing is like, I want to say 170 millimeters tall. This is a fairly large crystal spire, and I think this is going to look good when it's done. This sort of tiered, like a hexagon made of hexagons. I think it'll look good. We'll find out, because I'm going to go ahead and prep it for printing right now, and we're going to get it started. And it's within the time that I gave myself. I said as long as I was done with it by 6:30. Alright, what remains to be done? Let's go ahead, open up our 3D print tool, update our size ratios to right there. Now that that's been done, let's go ahead and decimate it. What's it going to look like at 35K? I don't want to go much higher than that. Got all my masks off, right? Yeah. Let's try 35K and see what it looks like. Go, Gadget Decimate. No problem at all, Archangel 6. This program I'm using right now is called ZBrush. The other program that I use primarily is called Fusion 360. Fusion 360 is a CAD program that's more for mechanical design, but I really like it for creating primitives, particularly for 3D printing because they can be very mechanically precise. ZBrush is more of a mesh editing art program, but it is incredibly powerful. So you'll often see me create my primitives in Fusion and then edit them in ZBrush. Thank you very much for the reminder, Hamburg. Hey, what's up, Mafik? Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why, Gimishkar. And reduce. We're at 35, and it looks fine. Looks fine to me. It's all the flat surfaces that really make that work. Mesh doesn't look too bad at all. Look at that. This should be less than 10 megabytes, which is right where I want a terrain piece to be. Alright, let's export you as an STL. Crystal Badlands, Spire C. Export. Successfully exported. Let's do a little edit. Let's get it sliced and let's get it put on the printer. This has become one of my favorite things to do, is just like make a file on stream and then print it while also making other files. Let's pull up Spire C and have a look at it. It's only 3 megabytes, that's not bad. Go ahead and do your mesh repair 3D builder. Do what you gotta do. And usually what I'll do is I'll actually dial back the decimation, so I go back to my 1.5 million points, and then I will save my project like this. And that way, if I don't like something about the final print, I can come back to the full poly mesh. I can edit it and then I can redecimate it. It's easier than trying to, like, re-dynamesh it back up. Jay Schaefer, thank you for the reminder. No default entry, we're just about to get to it. Autofire, thank you so much for the resub. Autofire, how are you? How are things? How's the stream going? My printer is silent right now, and I wanted to get this file done and on the printer while I worked on the other one. So I just went ahead and knocked this out. Now I want to go ahead and give it a little bit of a split. We want to shorten it somewhat. Maybe 5.5, cut off about 1.5 millimeters. 5.4, how about that? I'll cut off that edge. There we go. Is that bleeding through anywhere? Does that leave me some space? That seems pretty good. Pretty good overall. Go ahead and take that bottom part off. And we have what should be a finished file. So let's save this. You know, it's important to give yourself some time every now and then, Autofire. I took just about a month off streaming, and I am feeling reinvigorated. Yeah, did you order Halo Mega Blocks? Now, is Octoprint set up so I can print it from my chair? No, I still just use SD cards, but I've had issues every time I've tried to set up a direct connection with my PC, and I prefer just using the SD cards, because it's really, like, not much work for me to use them that way, and I don't have any, like, printing hiccups when I just use SD cards. Spire C. It's a big boy. Look at that. Oh, I need to change my spool, too. Okay, I'll do both of those. Slice, slice, slice away. The fact that my printers are set up so I can just reach off camera and pull out my SD cards certainly makes it easy on me. Oh, excuse me. 1 day, 7 hours, 44 minutes, 237 grams. Not bad at all. Let's go ahead and get that saved. Crystal Spire C. The thing I like about this one is this is actually a large enough flat surface for you to put a model on top of if you have like a flying model or a sniper or something like that. That is saved. Alright, alright, alright. This Mechanic Games, it is going just fantastic. Folks, give me just 1 minute. I'm going to take this opportunity to grab a little bit more water and stretch my legs. I'm going to change the spool on my 3D printer, and I'm going to get this file started. This Mechanic Games, I use almost exclusively. Now, there are some really nice filaments out there that are worth, like if you can get a deal on them, something from Kexeld. That filament is fucking magic. It's expensive, though. I use GST 3D, which has a distribution center in Miami, and you can usually get, like, on sale, you can usually spend like $100 to $120 and get 10 spools of filament. It's not the best filament on the market. I've had some problems with it. Every now and then it'll jam up a little bit. Every now and then it'll have like a weird, I think like twice there have been bulges in the filament that have stopped it dead and ruined a print. But considering how cheap I get it for, most of it runs through my printer just fine. I've gone through probably 45 spools of GST 3D, and the problems that I've had with it have not been enough to make me want to stop buying it. It's like I said, there are better filaments out there, but for the price, it's really hard to beat. And if you're kind of on the fence about it, I recommend their silver. It's really more of a gray, but it comes out very, very nice. Alright, folks, I will be right back. I'm going to go ahead and get this printer started. I will see you in just a minute. And away we go. Merlin Models, thank you for the reminder. How you doing today, man? Dr. Rhino, thank you so much for that sub. I love you won't tell me your name, mystery man. It's the anonymity that makes it so hot. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? Thank you for your support, my friend. T-minus 1 week till I see you on Play on Tabletop. I'm counting the days, the hours, the minutes, the seconds. Wait, how many seconds are in a week? Okay, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. It's entirely possible. Oh, excuse me. Well, that went together pretty nicely, which fills me with confidence for my ability to finish the rest of this terrain set by the end of the week, because I just want to go ahead and churn it out. Gonna be working on a force for hammers, slammers. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Alright. We are probably done with ZBrush for tonight, so I'm gonna close this out. Let's go ahead and save our project changes to Crystal Badlands workspace. And I've got a number more to do. There's going to be 4 crystal spires. You can see them here. There's going to be 4 low cover series of clusters, and then all these glaciers are done. I actually have these printed and primed out in my shop right now. We'll probably be painting these here in the near future, and I think I'm going to do the... Dr. Rhino, you've done the dryer sheet marbling effect before, right? I want to hear from you. I want to hear your experience with it, because I think I'm going to go ahead and try that on these big, broad crystals, doing dark green, sort of like a jade marble effect on them, and then an edge dry brush of a brighter color to get sort of like a muddy crystal effect. Very thankful the film night happens when it does. Gives me half a chance to actually join in. Right? By the time we got to Mythica 5, it's like a pretty solid movie. I'm glad everyone enjoyed that. We're going to be doing another movie night this Saturday. We are going to be watching Neil Breen's Twisted Pair, and damn, am I ever excited to share that with you fine folks. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and spend the rest of tonight plugging away on our D-Scene Panther, our DeTomaso from Jungle Plague's concept art, which you can see down there in the lower left. Which I've done a little bit of work on it since the last stream. Most notably, I have narrowed the waist significantly. I've sharpened a lot of the angles. I've sharpened the angles on the chest to give it a little bit more of a sleek appearance. Added these chest vents to bring it more in line with the rest of the Dugram appearance. I've narrowed the hips a little bit. I built the head. I've started on the backpack, so we're just going to go ahead and keep plugging away on this. All in all, it's coming together pretty well. If I put it next to the Dugram... Where is it? You're just a little fella. And again, all of these look strange when they're just in these flat poses, but this should give you some idea for the scale of it. If you've printed out this Shadowhawk, this Dugram, it's not a particularly large model when all's said and done, and our little friend here is even smaller, but I feel like that scale is about right. About right for a light mech. I am going to steal a piece from this guy, though. I like stealing pieces from my previous work. Let's make a separate component to hide the Dugram in. And let's ditch pretty much all of these sketches. They're just getting in the way at this point. Not sure what I think quite yet. Too early in the show. Yeah, Gimishkar. It has, like... the nature of the show, like the show itself over 75 episodes goes through a lot of different acts based on where they are in the Resistance. The early show is very different from the mid show. The early Resistance is very different from when they go to the second continent, which is very different from when they're in the mining town, which is very different from the all-out war, which is very different from the assault on the polar spaceport. Like the whole show goes through these very distinct acts. So I'll be interested to see what you think of it in the end, though. It's a wonderful show. I love Fang of the Sun Dougram. It's probably my favorite mecha anime. I would go so far as to say it's probably the best mecha anime. And watch Votom's next. You know, Sentient Pickle? I'm just not that much of a fan of Votom's main series. Now, I understand that there are spin-off series, like Votom's, what is it, Mellow Link? I think is what it's called. Everyone seems to like that one, and from what I read about it, that makes sense. It sounds very interesting. But the primary series of Votom's, I was not a fan of. There are parts of it that I like. I think I like the concept more than the execution. But by the time you get to the end of the main series, I don't want to spoil anything, but it introduces some major twists that are like my least favorite goddamn twists in anime. I hate it when they do crap like that. I don't want to say what it is. If you've watched it, you know. They reveal certain things about the origins of certain characters and the nature of things that are going on that just made my eyes roll all the way to the back of my fucking head. That, and if I'm being honest, the combat in Votom's is not very good. It's not as good as it is in Dougram. Dougram has a very particular flow to it. You're able to tell like who's doing what and where and at what time. You can tell what their objectives are. You can tell how many enemies there are, how many allies there are. Votom's falls victim to the anime trap of, like, let's reuse the animation where the bad guys are getting out of the ship, and it shows like 30 bad guys jumping out of a ship. And it's like, oh, reinforcements have showed up, so they show the same animation of 30 bad guys jumping out of a ship. And then the good guy is just like blowing up bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. And there's no connection between the number of mechs you see attacking him and the number of mechs he destroys. It's just, it's like action is happening. What action, where, who, and why, I couldn't fucking tell you. Action is just happening. And I was not a fan of that, personally. I don't think it's a bad show. I think it's a great show. I think it's better than many, but it was not to my personal taste when compared to Dougram. Building a little backy-packy here. And here's a solid example of just making something as a negative space. Just wanted to make a slightly flat spot here, and I'll indent it. 0.2. Again, this is when you're designing things at 6mm like this is when it gets dangerous. When you're like, look at how amazingly deep this detail is. This will show up, but always check it, because this is 0.32, 0.3mm. 0.3mm is kind of like the limit. At 0.3mm, that's when details start showing up. I try to go to 0.35, 0.4 if I want something to actually have any depth to it. So I'm actually going to bring this in by another 0.02. It looks really big here on my big monitor. It isn't, though. It is in fact quite small. You can automat The fact that your printer will render 0.2, though, does not necessarily mean that 0.2 is going to look good on a painted model at average viewing distance. I really find that whether your printer can do it or not, 0.3 is the point where it's like the human eye starts to lose track of it. Or it becomes difficult to paint. Or it becomes filled up with primer, you know? I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying be cautious of things like that. Gundam Wing has some good stuff, has good fight scenes. You know what I was shocked by? I recently went back and started rewatching Gundam Wing Gimishkar. And, yeah, animation-wise, Ion Raptor is absolutely correct. Gundam Wing is the king of reusing stock footage, which shocked me later on when I watched the 8th Mobile Suit Team, which was produced around the same time in the mid-90s. And 8th Mobile Suit Team really doesn't reuse footage. It's a lot of custom animation for every sequence. So I think that 8th Mobile Suit Team has better animated sequences than Gundam Wing, but you know what Gundam Wing has that no other Gundam series really has? Gundam Wing has the most fucking rockin' soundtrack. Like, it's crazy how good it is. Gundam Wing is metal as fuck. You know the one I'm talking about. That shit's fucking awesome. I'll be here all week beatboxing. I'm so good at it, obviously. What about Gundam Think? Jungle Plague, if like, you gotta stop doing such good work, man. I get results I like for some uses at that scale. Pop's alright if you throw a wash on it. Fair enough, Automat. I like to overdo it myself. That's just a personal rule. Yeah, 0083 Stardust Memory probably has, like, the most banging intro track. The Winner? I fucking love that track. It's amazing. And that was... the vocals for The Winner were done by Miki Matsubara, who has... how dare you, Gimishkar? How dare you, sir? The Dugram intro is fucking great. Now, okay, it's not like... Alright, maybe I just like the Dugram intro. You know, I'll accept that. I do like it, though. I think it's pretty cool. I kind of want these two to be touching, just so that they print easier. Like, just... you know? That's just gonna make this all print much more simply, and it'll still look good. The fewer separated tiny pieces there are, the better off everybody is. That's okay. I personally do. I like the Dugram intro quite a lot, but that's one of those where I accept that that might just be the fact that I'm a big fucking cornball. And a good evening to you, Unexpected Painting. Welcome in. Have an entire Miki Matsubara City Pop playlist? Yeah, Miki had an amazing voice. Her life is unfortunately very tragic, but her voice was incredible. I want this to go ahead and touch the corner too. That'll make everything stronger. Let's bring this up by about 1 millimeter. A little bit below this, 0.7. Okay, now let's extrude a fresh piece down to here. And let's go ahead and bring that in by about 20 degrees. Make that a new body. And then we can knock... Oh, okay. Okay, maybe not as part of the extrusion. Fine. I'll play your game. And then let's just draft these two surfaces. Cicada season. Ugh. Miserable. Dale Bazio, remind me. That's not ringing any bells. Who is he the voice of? Oh, okay. Now I feel bad for saying he. Alright, I don't want this to go too low because I'm going to bring some piping in here. Let's ease that up to about here. That should leave me some room to work with down here. Got it all primed, Azri? That is progress, my man. Let's bring... Seems silly to mirror something here, but it's just an easy way to make sure that it's equal on both sides. Bring that out a tad. That may be true, but it also means you always have pocket sand, and that is going to come in handy. I'm going to go ahead and recommend again on the subject of Mike Judge. If you guys haven't watched Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe, which just came out, go watch it. It's funny as shit. It's literally the exact same jokes that Beavis and Butthead always is, and it's still funny. Or at least I enjoyed it. Turn on 3D sketching. 3D sketch enabled. Let's see. We're gonna start at our midpoint here. Come out to here. And we're gonna create some fit point splines that I can work with. Start here. Come down. Come up and create one more. And then start shifting these around. Create a nice little drooping arc. And I think we can... Well, it's not going to let me fill it, that is it. I should have done that before I started moving things. Maybe I can... Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's see how this goes. And let's make this at least 0.8. It has to be at least 0.8. I think we'll probably make it larger than that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's make it a full millimeter. That'll be good and durable. Alright, let's extend this outward an unnecessary amount. Go back into our sketch. And I'm going to create a center point rectangle here, making it at least 0.3. Yep, there we go. Give this bad boy a quick split. Drop that radius in. Let's go down to 0.6. No. Why are you being a pain in my ass? Okay, there we go. Oh, that's right, because my numbers are all bad. Okay, there we go. Sometimes I forget if it's using absolute values or relative values, and it really depends on what you're doing. And now let's go ahead and make a pattern on path. Path in question being this one. Thank you kindly. Zoop. Path direction orientation. Thank you. Suppress. Knock that one off. We'll just go with the 3. And move this whole bad boy more into place like so. Cut the excess off. Get rid of that sketch since we don't need it anymore. Bring this body back in. It's just a small tube. Get the fuck out of here. Adjust its position up a little bit. Which if I can make it touch, it'll print even cleaner. That's exactly what I want. That should do just fine. Let's reduce our radius on this. Or I think probably better than that. Let's just shift it in. Keep the radius. When I post the stream, it still has the PIP windows on the right. Yeah, I do that on purpose. Default entry. And yeah, when the stream goes up, all these things do stay on it, because that's how it's being recorded. I'm sorry, is that covering stuff? I can try to do that less. If I'm thinking, I try to orient things more towards the left so I'm not covering anything. Oh, I realized that, yeah, probably the screens that pop up are popping up over here under chat. I'll rethink that. Maybe I can make it more visible in future streams. Let's go ahead and mirror this bad boy. Alright, and we got that little backpack tube done. All this is done. This is looking pretty good. I want to go ahead and mirror this guy. This needs some kind of detail to it. Nothing complex, but just something. Yeah. Just a raised ridge, I think, is good enough. A little bit more visual interest. Again, remembering that these are very small parts. You don't have to do much to keep them interesting. And that backpack is looking about how I want it. Let's mirror this other... Oh, let's join these. So that's one piece. And then let's go ahead and put one on the other side. Let's make the backpack one big piece, shall we? Because I'm pretty happy with it. Shkablat. There we go. Can I have two separate screen recordings? Maybe. It's possible. I was thinking about maybe a vent on the back of the head, Jungle Plague. We have the vent here on the chest, which I figure these are for the SRM. I figured this is more of just like a power plant for the PPC than anything else. I do think these little pectoral vents are a good move, though. I like that. And if I don't like them on the final test print, they're also very, very easy to remove. Just move those out of the way so that the SRM is nice and clear. And maybe even give myself a little extra space here. Spread out the SRM tubes slightly since I have so much space to work with. When I'm finished with this, be okay with you painting it on a live stream? Fuck yeah, Parallax, that'd be awesome. It's actually a gear, and those are still... Yeah, this is the internal combustion engine. Needs more tubes. Well, you're in luck, pun expected, because more tubes are exactly what it's going to get. Homeboy is going to get the scuba diver treatment. Speaking of which, let me start on our shoulder clip pieces. Starting right here. 1.8 millimeters would be fairly ideal. That'll leave me with 0.2 on either side. That should come forward about as far as the rear. Of the cockpit glass, which lines up right about where that plane intersects the shoulder. Race car mechs like the Primitive Griffin and the Shadowhawk have got the chest things that look like headlights. Only if it gets truck nuts. Do you want to know? Absolutely! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! I love seeing people work on anything that I've made, honestly. I find it very, very exciting. Full millimeter's probably enough. And I might drop it back some just to move it away from the canopy glass there. Look at this side profile, has a little bit of an angle to it, and that's just fine. In fact, let's even that up with the shoulder itself. Go ahead and slice this, and then drop that in, and then we can start working on our scuba tube connection. And yeah, you see, Jungle Plague, like, as soon as you start adding pieces like this, the proportions of the torso start to change quite a lot. I've had to put some thought into how I'm going to build the arm and shoulder joint, because I usually do the ball joint, and then the shoulder joint fits over that with a socket. And because the way you've drawn the shoulder joint is very similar to the Dugrum, where it has a ball and then like an armor plate fitting over top of it, I've come up with an idea for how I'm gonna do that, and I think it'll work. I think it will be good and posable too. Yeah, Parallax, I would fucking love to see you working on that, man. Please, please do. Please let me know. The scuba diver treatment I'm referring to, you may be familiar with it from some of Kunio Okawara's work with the, say, the Griffin / Round Facer from Fang of the Sun Dugrum, or the Zaku from, well, not a slightly smaller ball joint, rather, the shoulder is just going to have sort of a hollow rectangular fit point, and then a lot of the ball itself is just going to be exposed, because it's going to be glued on anyway. I think it'll work. I just have to give it a little bit of extra thickness, and it should work. And I'll start working on the arm here in just a little bit. I just want to get the rest of the torso kind of blocked in. Alright, let's see. What? Oh, I need to turn off 3D sketching when I'm not using it. It's frustrating because it doesn't actually turn it off for the current sketch. It turns it off for the next sketch. Odd feature. Not the most helpful. But I haven't found a single 3D design software out there yet that isn't a little idiosyncratic in its own way. Slightly smaller ball joint is the name of my 7/8 scale basketball course for kids. Wow, that is a very niche joke. Really narrowed your audience down with that one. Does Fusion have a quick button for 3D sketch? Possibly, probably. I'm sure that I could rig that to a hotkey. I just haven't. Not faces. I'm trying to move a body, you moron. Whatever you do as you watch me, do not confuse what I'm doing with, like, professional work in Fusion 360. The things that people can do with this software makes what I'm doing look like software abuse. People design whole working models of cars in this software, and that's well beyond my capacity. You know what? I appreciate that, Automat. I do what I can. And I try to make it look good. Very niche is the name of my ironically unironic one-man show on Nietzsche. Oh, fuck, that's terrible. I'm glad one of us did, Riot Sister. I'm trying to get a professional job in fucking voiceover narration. I'm working on making that a thing. I mean, I guess, you know, it's important to have achievable goals, pun expected. I can respect that. Not like a lot, but a little. Alright, this is gonna be our scuba connection point. Now I just gotta put a tube connecting from here up to here. That shouldn't be too bad. Let's turn 3D sketching back on. And then let's clear our sketches, because I don't need any of these again. I will probably have an answer for you, Shiny Mew, as much of one as I can possibly muster at any rate. I don't promise that any of my answers are quality, but they are attempts at answering. Alright, so I want it to come out to here, curve around here, move up here, and have a final connection point here. Yes. Now, I'm not even doing 3D sketching all that well. What the fuck? What the hell are you centered on, you maniac? Let's do that again. That was insane. Okay. And let's actually go ahead and zero in on body 172, body 174. Let's make you a component for the moment. let's go ahead and engage some transparency. That'll make this easier on me. Okay, here we go. So drop down, go around, up, and connect. I'll be damned, my STL command is accurate. I'm really pleased with that. That I'm at a point now where I can make a piece of terrain on stream at the beginning of it, put it on the printer, and then move on to something else. That represents an achievement for me. Datron Voltari, welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, drop this back in here. Like so. About like that. Doesn't need to be too complicated, though that curvature is a little insane. Let's even it out, why don't we? There we go. That's more what I'm thinking. Still a little low against the chest here. And then we can flatten it out by bringing this up. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Not bad. Now this doesn't need to be the full 0.1. I want to make this a little bit smaller. Let's go to 0.8. And then I think if all I do is rotate it down, that'll take care of that clipping issue up there. I want to go ahead and add some detail to it, so I don't want to move it yet because the detail is very much going to depend on the sketch. Damn it, where'd the sketch go? Oh, it's in the component. Ha ha ha, that's right, components have their own sub-sketches. I should remember that. First of all, let's pull this body back into the main before I subcomponent everything. This file is a bit of a mess right now. It's going to take an organizational pass, but that's fine. Let's combine the whole scuba apparatus into one piece so that doesn't get too confusing. Let's go ahead and pull this face out a little bit to give me something to work with. Take a chunk out of it. Well, bam, just like so. Now we're going to do exactly what we did before. We're going to drop this in, like that. We're going to recombine these pieces. We're going to grab these faces. And we're going to pattern them on a path. That path being our original sketch that made the tube, which means it'll line up real nice, make our orientation path direction, just like so. And then we just have to select how many along the length we want. Looks pretty good to me. And now to get everything to line up just so, I'm going to get rid of this. Well, I'll keep the component. I'll just make it invisible. But I will go ahead and grab this guy. We're going to rotate it along that primary axis. Not a lot, though. See, it doesn't even need 5 degrees. I'm talking like 2 degrees. 3? That's pretty good. And then mirror this bad boy. And this one, too. This may bear enlarging after the first test prints get done. We will have to see. But, see, I like them to be kind of laid down into the actual chest a little bit, because that means that this will print nice and solid and not require a bunch of extra supporting. Oh, God, okay. So that's the torso pretty well together and looking pretty decent. I'm going to throw a quick render on it just to get a look. Correct our materials here. Bring in our light sources. What do you think, Jungle Plague? That definitely helps with the head, doesn't it? I like the little flared up ears. I think that was a good change. It's an angle slightly closer to the concept art here, like so. And I think this should all print pretty well. I mean, you know, there's no real way to know until we test, but I think this is the right amount of detail too, because again, it's so easy to forget how small all of this is, but this is a teeny little model. He's just a little light Mac. He's a little guy. Now, let's have a look from behind. That looks pretty good. I like it. It's evocative of the Dougram Turbo Zac backpack. And I think narrowing the waist also helped a lot with the proportions. I need a building plane for my arms. Let's make this go away. Put a point right there. Make myself a construction plane. And then center it right in the middle of the shoulder there. Okay, now let's have a look at the shape of our shoulders. Pretty straightforward altogether. You're not seeing any curvature to the outer surface of the shoulders, Jungle Plague? You think just flat all around? I can see how maybe a slightly curved surface on the outside of the shoulder point could add a little something something. I might do that. Let's start with the basics. Hey, what's up, Journeyman? How you doing today, man? So I'm gonna end up making the shoulder pretty wide because of the way I'm thinking of having this thing construct. Now, it's gonna fit on like that. We want to enlarge this. Nope, nope, nope. No, don't make a sketch there. Get rid of that. In fact, it's better to do it here because I can use a tangent from the circle itself. Let's make a three-point circle. That should be a pretty perfect tangent. There are many other ways that I could have done that, but I chose to do it this way. Even tangent functions. Pretty good, Journeyman, pretty good. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? Well, you can't complain, apparently, so not too bad, I'm gonna go with. For le dîner. Enjoy, Riot Sister. Alright, now I want to... create an internal surface. Make it new so that I can adjust it. What is this? Get rid of that. That's bullshit. I want it mostly low, because you're not going to see it from below as much. I'll give it good contact with the sphere itself. I'm going to have to test print this particular part a few times, because I haven't made a joint like this, and I'm not, like, a great mechanical engineer. Oh my lord. Cosmonaut 6 hitting us with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Okay, alright, let's mirror our sphere again, and then let's cut it back out. You don't want to do that. You're being a pain with the sphere for no good goddamn reason, so we're just going to do it this way again. And then we're going to bring it out by 0.2, which should match it up with the rest of the sphere cut out. Let's knock that out. I'm going to want to widen this so it'll actually fit, but I think you can probably see kind of what I'm thinking now, with some adjustments. Is that this piece will just sort of sit on top of the sphere and have a socket inside. Like the whole arm will have this hollow for the sphere, and the socket will then glue onto it, and that way you still keep the rotational point of the sphere. I'm going to need to widen this out a little bit so that it actually will fit on cleanly, and I think I'll probably drop this down. As long as it has enough surface to glue to. Like so. I think that'll actually be pretty good. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Jungle Plague. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Dropping me them Bezos bucks. It's still going to take a little bit of figuring and some testing. But I think this joint will ultimately work. This little detail here. Our shoulder nipple, if you will. Which hopefully you won't. Nobody should. Back that plane. Go ahead and mirror this to the back of the shoulder. You'll notice that I went with missile tubes for the center of it for that very reason. Because that was a little bit of an awkward detail. I'd like to narrow this. I just feel like if I do, I'm gonna wind up regretting it. I really feel like a slightly curved surface here is gonna pay off, so let's go ahead and make one. Doesn't have to be extreme. Swoop. Just like that. A real soft curve on the outside. Sex Panther. Yeah, that's gonna be the special edition where I just put nipples all over it. Again, this is why we have missile tubes now. They're far less controversial. Oh, like the Batsuit. Yeah, we we subscribe to the Joel Schumacher School of Design around these parts. Alright. Yeah, the shoulder's definitely going to take some more work, but the least I can do is... Because the bottom of it's going to be blocked off, that means that it's going to have to socket upward, which means it's going to have to be open towards the top, but I still think I can pull that off. Or maybe just open towards the center, as long as it has enough space once the arm itself goes in. So let's start making that, why don't we? Start with the basics and then adjust. Elbows should be about at the floating ribs, so it's really a pretty short upper arm section. Like right there is about as low as we're gonna go, maybe a little bit higher. Now we want the elbow to be more or less locked into the orientation of the upper arm, and then we want the forearm to rotate around the point of the elbow, so we can set the elbow into the upper arm pretty effectively. And I think I'll probably go ahead and add in a couple of chamfers on the bicep. Nothing major. 0.3? Yeah, that's just enough. Probably adjust all the sizes on the arm down once I get it more built, but let's just keep going for the moment. Simple design on this. So I want to do this from both sides. It will make more sense if I split it. And then I can just use a simple press pull from two sides. Look, I didn't understand how much the SRMs were going to resemble nipples until I actually put them on the mech, okay? This is nobody's fault, ultimately. Give this a little exposure to the curvature. Not all the way. I want it to seat in, but if we go like so. Makes the upper arm a little bit more interesting at the very least. Stop that. That's not what I want you to do. Okay, there we go. Well, you'd have 2 nickels, Shock, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I may yet just adjust all of this upward. Upper arm doesn't need to be terribly long, and if you think about it, like, even relative to the rest of your body, it's just not... It's not all that big, particularly if you put something covering most of your shoulders, a lot of the length there. Could probably drop this up to give it the appearance of more length, and that's not a terrible idea. Okay. Our forearm's going to be narrower and longer, though roughly the same overall length as the entire bicep and shoulder assembly. And this is going to be the hands. I'm going for the 3 fingers on this one. Okay, I might start by cannibalizing the hand from another mech and then modifying it just so I don't have to build the back of the hand itself again. Let me think about this. I keep thinking I want the forearm to rotate on the point of the elbow, but that might not work. With the way this is designed with the elbow protection plate and then the PPC that goes back over the elbow, it might just not be mechanically possible for this mech to rotate its forearm. Its wrist, sure, its wrist can rotate just fine. But, you know, you think about the way the human arm is constructed and the reason you can do that. Your forearm is connected to your elbow at 2 points, with your radius and your ulna, and they stay connected. They don't rotate at your elbow. They stay connected to the same 2 points. What happens is that the 2 points, because they bow around each other, they have this curved shape, and so they almost spiral around each other as you rotate your arm. So the 2 points of your radius and your ulna at your wrist rotate, and the 2 points that are at your elbow stay where they are, and the bones just sort of swirl around. Which is, the first time you see a mechanical demonstration of it, it's very, very strange. But we can't really do that with a robot that doesn't have soft tissue, because it's soft tissue that makes that motion possible. So I might just sacrifice that motion. I guess it's not really all that necessary. It can rotate its shoulder in to get a little bit of a turn to its arm. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm landing with it, default entry. Yeah, Drakari, that's true as well. I mean, you know, we don't... That's the thing, all these motions are pretty much unconscious when we do it, but, like, the machine that is the human arm is an absolutely incredible series of mechanical joints and like, soft tissue connection points, your tendons and your musculature. And yeah, anytime you move your arm, like, your shoulder is involved, your elbow is involved, your wrist is involved, your radius and your ulna are involved. Your wrist itself is an incredibly complex series of bones and tendons and muscles. And trying to emulate that with hard surface robots, you always end up having to sacrifice something. No, you're absolutely right, default entry. Like, they write that into the lore, that it's like they've got mechanical muscles, which is how they move, but they're not built... Like, the reason that muscles work is because we're endoskeletal. Is because we have, like, our hard parts are inside and our soft parts are built on top of that and connecting and moving it. If we had a shell, it wouldn't work that way. And in fact, when you look at shelled creatures, they generally don't have anywhere close to the same musculature or a musculature at all. Many creatures with hard shells run on what is essentially a biological hydraulic system, with differing pressures and shifting fluids inside of chambers inside of that shell in order to move their body around, which is closer to how a robot moves, for that matter. A mechanical construct tends to use things like hydraulics and servos, obviously. And that's all a really verbose way to say that Myanmar is a goddamn nonsense concept in Battletech, which is ultimately a sub-point under the heading of battle mechs are fucking nonsense. And this brings me back around to why I'm always frustrated in Battletech groups when people start having these in-depth conversations about, well, but the volume of the ammunition moving through the reason that you use legs is because it's superior to the... No. Battle mechs are fucking nonsense. They don't make sense on any level. Not even, like, it's not even a matter of, like, we couldn't build one. It's a matter of, like, if you could build one, you still wouldn't, because it's kind of a stupid idea. They're just awesome. That's it. That's it. What we're saying is that battle mechs should be able to lick their elbows. If Myanmar were a thing, yeah, they'd be licking their elbows all day. They'd have Myanmar tongues. It's like an extra manipulator, you know? For mechs where it's like you have to have hand actuators to interact with an objective, if you have a Myanmar tongue actuator, you can use that instead. I imagine it coming out like out of Nemesis. You know? Think we would look at stuff like gators and turtles with the big segmented bodies and hard carapace sections? Yeah, they've got really, really tough skin, and you can look at, like, pachyderms, too. But they still, even the hardest parts of their body are nowhere near as hard as, like, chitin. Humans do have shells, though. Look at full body armor in the Middle Ages. Make the Bar Knight had to be able to do a flip in full armor. So this is something that I've studied, Automat. Well, we've talked about this before, and the fact is that using full body armor, there are still parts of the human body that cannot be effectively armored that way. With huge amounts of articulation, you can get some of the difficult points. But there are some places that cannot be armored while maintaining flexibility. The inside of the elbow, the underside of the armpit, the inside of the groin, most of the abdomen, because even if you have segmented armor over the abdomen, what you find is that as you curl and as it collapses, you eventually hit a point at which your ribs can't collapse anymore. It gets stuck between your pelvis and your chest. So, I mean, it is a good place to look for that sort of thing, and it teaches you the places that need to be more flexible, but you cannot effectively completely surround the human body an articulated plate and have it really work. Yeah, there's a reason there are no bones in the belly of the human body. It's the reason, yeah, we have the spine and then we have our core muscles. And it's the reason that it's one of the things I like about that movie, The King, when they have that big knockdown drag-out fight in the beginning of the two guys in full armor, and it's basically just two dudes in armor wrestling, trying to jam a knife into each other's armpits. Because that's what it was. Like, you were vulnerable here, and in your groin, and under the neck, and in the abdomen. And it was just trying to get a knife into the armpit most of the time, or maybe up under the helmet. That's true, Automat. But this is something I think about because I quite like the humanoid mechs. Imagine an Atlas flexing, yeah. I imagine it's like Hulk Hogan just ripping its fucking armor off. And there's just big rippling Myanmar underneath. Oh! Alright, brother. We're going all the way to the clan worlds. Probably make this smaller. The arms are usually the fiddliest pieces. Oh, excuse me. But I mean, really, that's my point, Shiny Mew, is almost no mechs ever make any real sense. And I think that we're all better off. We're all better off when we, Oh, Jungle Plague, you have a great night, man. Thanks for hanging out. We're all better off in this fictional universe when we accept that. When we come to terms with the fact that none of this makes any goddamn sense. And we're just doing it because it's awesome, and that's fine. Battle armor would make sense, yeah. Battle armor already does make sense up to a point. Even then, I think that battle armor makes slightly less sense than just making combat robots. This is one of the great depressing truths that I had to come to terms with as a young man, as someone who has always been fascinated with the concept of, like, starfighters, you know? And haven't we all been, to a certain degree, fascinated with this idea? That's never, ever going to happen. The unfortunate truth of reality is that we will never, ever put a human being in a what could be described as a fighter craft in space. Exactly, pun expected, exactly, Sumatha. There will never be meat piloting starfighters. It makes no sense. It's always going to be a drone or a remote of some description. If for no other reason, then the human body cannot withstand the necessary G-forces to make zero-G combat effective or sensible. If you can make combat robots, you can make mechs. Yeah, but, you know, combat robots are going to be quicker, more effective, more space-efficient, less prone to trauma. Like, that is the future. I mean, I hope the future is we don't make any of this because we stop shooting each other, but, you know, that's wishful thinking. It's a strong word, but I think an accurate one in this case. go ahead and put a little chamfer on this. You know what I may do? I think narrowing this, giving it a slight flare, is probably the winning move. Maybe not 5, maybe just 3. 3 degrees. And then widen it. Doesn't need to be much. But that way it narrows towards the wrist. At this point, power armor is more feasible than anything else. And, yeah, it is. Like, as far as something we could build and probably will build just for fun, it's just the utility of it is very questionable. The fighter versus capital ship dichotomy doesn't actually work in space. Some of the most realistic, I think, as far as we can predict, the most realistic space combat we've ever seen was in The Expanse, where it's real big ships hurling missiles at each other from ranges that your mind can't even fucking comprehend, and then waiting a while for those missiles to get there, and then as they get closer, starting to use high-powered kinetic weapons to just punch, just blast killing shots through each other. Assuming we ever do that at all. See, Journeyman Paint Hour, maybe? But not necessarily, because the human brain that's making those decisions when subjected to the G-forces involved in combat like that stops being able to make those decisions. This meat computer is very, very delicate. And a machine that is making statistically supportable decisions based on an algorithm that is capable of continuing to make those decisions even under the stress of massive G-force is going to be a superior combatant. Is going to be able to outlast, outmaneuver, and outperform any human being. It's okay, Sewer Creature. You can just focus on cosmic horrors, man. Okay, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's make this little shield plate. Let's make another sketch here. Let's just make ourselves a line about like that. 40 degrees is pretty good. Now let's create a sweep using this profile and using this path. Bring it out some. Like so. Let's go ahead and make a plane we can work with. Bring it out to the closest point there. Cut this off. All right. Just need to discover inertial dampeners, and then we're all set. That's what it comes down to as we're in any of those conversations, is all we need to do is discover element X. All we need to do is discover that one magical material that's going to make it all possible. And maybe we probably won't. That's the fundamental assumption of all the best sci-fi. Like, you get into, like, the background story of Mass Effect, and it's like, one day we discovered element X, and then a bunch of shit happened. All we need to do is find a way to violate the fundamental laws of physics, and then everything is going to work out. Blunderthodium 90. No, you don't want... No, that element is incredibly dangerous. Blunderthodium 90 is a unique crystalline structure of human neurons. It is a virulent and noxious substance, very similar to Ice 9. If you encounter Blunderthodium 90, it will immediately begin using its self-replicating quantum lattice structure to rewrite the neurons in your brain until literally all you can talk about is how big a piece of shit Obi-Wan Kenobi is. And that will spread rapidly across all of humanity. Other symptoms include a ravenous craving for tacos. Welcome back, Mafik. It's like Tiberium for the soul. Nobody wants that. You have to teach me that trick someday, Ren. It's so dense it collapses in upon itself, and then somehow becomes self-recursive. And then it starts streaming. Ah, Jesus. What if I was counting on the cybernetic upgrades in lieu of actual healthcare? I have bad news for you if you're not a billionaire, default entry. I mean, generally in life I have bad news for you if you're not a billionaire, but in that particular case, real bad news. They ain't giving us peasants shit, my friend. Exactly. It makes you dead on the inside, unlike Tiberium that makes you dead on the outside. It transmutes you into a new form of life that is bitter and cynical. That's not too bad. It's always necessary for me to get any kind of an idea of what this might look like. It really helps to give it just a slight bend at the elbow. It is amazing how unnatural an arm looks when it's perfectly straight. See that already starts to resemble more of what I'm thinking. Now, maybe it should come up higher on the body. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. What's up, Dweghum? How you doing today? All this fancy war tech is good, but when you think about it, it's just complicated rock throwing. It's throwing rocks very, very accurately with increasing levels of penetrative power, essentially, yes. Grabbed Cyberpunk 2077 a couple weeks ago, and I really like it. The single-player story, like, you know, if you can see past the bugs and the issues and you're not at all taken in by the marketing materials, it's a really good game, Shock 21. The single-player story writing and even the side mission writing in that game is really fucking good. Yeah, I'm gonna want to adjust the ratio of the shoulders because I want them to come up a little bit higher. In fact, like, even rotate this angle a bit. Actually, it's probably easier to do it this way. Rather than being flat across the top, give it a little flare. No, it kind of wants to be flat and just rotated. Like that. That does look better. Let's make a basic component out of these. And let's even it out and see how it looks before I do any more work on it. That's not bad. When the hands are on, they'll reach about to the mid-thigh. When they're extended, they'll go about to the knee, which is proportionally correct. That's really not bad at all. It is amazing what a proper pair of shoulders will do for a profile. This is the part of the design where I often just kind of stare at it for a little while, so I apologize for that. I'm just kind of letting my mind wrap around it and figure out what I think is wrong. I feel like almost everything looks pretty good. I feel like the legs are decently proportioned. I might want to widen out the calves. I might want to flare the bell bottoms on the calves just to allow for more foot posability. The feet are a little oversized, but I think that works. When did I last save? That's a great question. Let's do that. Thank you, Data Nerd. Angle it down a little bit so it's closer to the angle from the concept art. We were concerned that the head was going to wind up being too tall, but once you add in the shoulder portions and then you widen out the torso with the actual arms, I think the head's just about right. It's kind of squat. To Square, thank you. You caught me leaning over to the side like a madman. Hands are probably going to be one of the last things that I build. I'm going to slap a placeholder for the PPC onto one arm. Let's build the basics of it. like so. Also split on here. Build this little connection point. Symmetric. Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. All right. .35. Not quite as far as that. Let's do 1.8. Let's make ourselves another split. I want to add a little bit of extra detail in here. This is an easy way to add construction lines, is just using that geometry to make a split. Bring this down to 0.6. Yeah, okay. Put those together, create a circular pattern out of this. Let's just do 5 for now. I'm going to probably end up changing essentially all of this. We're mostly just visualizing. Split. Nope. There. Is the PPC part of the armor just mounted on? It's just going to be mounted on it, Shock. It'll have some connections that are coming over and locking onto the forearm. Bring this back in, give ourselves a quick revolve around this axis. Shlabam. That's probably a bit much, so let's scale it back. Of course, it's not oriented in a way that really works all that well. Let's see. We can just do this. Cut a full millimeter off of it. I don't have a hand yet, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna borrow a hand from the Dugrum until I can build a proper one. Let's go into right arm, hand, duplicate that component. Okay. Make Dugrum go away. This is among the worst hands I've ever made. It was among the first. Let's combine it all into one object so that I can scale it effectively, because I'm not even going to use this as a base. I'm going to build an all-new hand. The blockhead's hand is much better, but I don't have that loaded into this file, so I'm just gonna make do with this for the moment. Scale this down to, let's say, minus 20% at a uniform scale. That's probably the right size. We're just gonna put it in place for visualization purposes only. Because he's not even going to have 5 fingers. This Panther is going to wind up with, as I say, Ninja Turtle hands. With the, like, 3-fingered kind of mitten grip. Rocket mittens, there you go. Alright, so for visualization purposes only, and I'm going to give him a slightly more natural posture so he looks better, which is just going to involve taking... What is this? How does that make any sense at all? I know what I did wrong. Okay, here we go. Well, it'll be easier to do it this way. Let's put a slight rotation on you. 10% rotated outward. It's amazing how much more natural that starts to look. Toes don't point straight forward when someone is standing. They point outward. So here's our test visualization with the PPC on one arm, which, in fact, since I'm doing this, since we're doing this, let's do it right. Just combine all this. There's no reason not to. If I have to rebuild it, that's really no big deal. Oh, you're not technically touching. That's a good thing to learn now. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, let's grab you, and you, and let's rotate you on our shoulder axis. Just back about 10 degrees. You rotate on our flat elbow axis. That same 10 degrees forward. And this is just a slightly more natural posture that's still kind of unnatural. I might shift the arms inward, but it'll make the visualization easier. Since we're just about at time for the storm report, it's about time to wrap work for the night. So let's get a look. You can Kursala, but without everything parted into components. What I tend to make components as I go, but this time I've just got a whole bunch of bodies, and if they're not parted into components, then the drag box will often grab things that I don't actually want to move. Okay, so here's our basic first visualization for, I'd say, the 90% model. It's not bad. I mean, this one is just the left leg to square. What must that be like? I have a galaxy-saving robot lion, but it forms the fucking leg. Oh, easily, yeah. And what probably would make it look even better is rotating the shoulder joint out slightly. I feel like the shoulders might need to be moved in. Yeah, we're not really doing, like, posing right now. This is just to get an idea for how the final model is going to look. It needs more work before any actual posing work gets done. Like I said, the hands aren't even done. These are stand-in hands. This is to make sure that proportions are all generally correct and where we want them to be. Hand-ins. Oh, Jesus. And for the sake of visualization, let's remind ourselves what a medium mech looks like. He's just a little fella. Look at him. This is a very small model. He may end up getting scaled up 5 to 10%. That's going to be a cramped cockpit, too. I made sure that the size of the Dugram's head, the Shadowhawk, like this, you could fit a pilot in here because I've made the version of this head that is open, both the top hatch and the forward hatch, and there's like a pilot seat and leg room and controls and everything in there. So it's you know, legitimately a cockpit that could work. And this one is not much smaller. I was very careful to keep it about the same dimensions, so you could... it'd be a tight squeeze, and you'd be sitting partially down into the shoulders, but you could fit a 6mm person down in there. It is not a big mech, though. A person standing next to it would come up above the ankle. Don't speak to me or my son ever again. It is just about time for the storm report, so bear with me for a second, folks. I am going to be right back. And is my camera running choppy? I just gotta look over at it, and it's because I'm rendering. That explains a lot. I'm gonna leave this to render for just a minute, and you guys can continue to look at it as it finishes. I'm gonna turn off my camera and my microphone for just a little bit. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna stretch my legs, I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back, and we'll roll right into the storm report. I will see y'all in just a minute. It has indeed been a very unconventional BRB screen, but only because I wanted to leave the render up. I guess I could probably make a BRB screen that shows what I want it to, but I'm apparently lazy. Hello, folks. Hello, introducing Autumn. Welcome in. How you doing, Tobin Lord? It's good to see you. Oh, you raided. Oh, you raided. Welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome, raiders. A burb screen. Oh, a dinosaur screen? I don't know about that. How was your stream, Tobin Lord? I hope it went well. Yeah, we started the stream working on what you see up there on the printer. We actually went ahead and textured and detailed that at the start of the stream, and then processed it, readied it, changed filament, started it on the printer, and then went to work on this here battle mech, our D-Scene Panther as designed by community member Jungle Plague, which has come together pretty well. I'm looking forward to getting some test prints of this guy done. It looks good in the render. I think all the proportions are actually pretty well spot on. I'm happy with most of these pieces. The shoulder joint needs some work and some thought and some test printing, but I'd say he's at about 90%. The hands are obviously just placeholders. They need to be rebuilt completely. We're very close, though. We are very, very close. Anyone want to know my last words? Oh, no. What? Yeah, I mean, yes. Yes, Voxel Forge, I'd very much like to know the final words of your D&D character. Thank you so much for saying so, Autumn. It's tiny. Like, it's important to understand, it looks big here. This guy only prints at about 45 millimeters tall. Like, you know, actual sizes on these are like... like that. This is sort of what the mini is actually going to look like when it's printed. You see why I make the details exaggerated. He's just a tiny fella. I got these cheeseburgers, man! I mean, it's good to know that you went out just fucking absolutely begging, Voxel Forge. It sounds like it failed this time, pun expected. And you see, this is why you don't want to add too many greeblies or too many details, because at this size, you're just not going to see that many of them. But it's easy. It's easy when you're in design mode to get zoomed all the way in here and be like, wow, this thigh really just, it has a lot of empty space on it. I should put something there. Wow, look at all this empty space. I should put some more details in here and in here and in here. And then you print it out and it's this big and it's a fucking mess. You know, Voxel Forge, that would be like... I have that thought when I see a lot of your stuff, and I feel certain you're going to take this in the spirit that I say it, because I love your work. I particularly like that last one that you posted I saw on Instagram earlier, with the masked Chaos Marine with his face that's like stapled back over his skinned face, like his face is skinned and he's got another face pulled on over it. I'm like, that looks so fucking awesome. And then I think like, man, those details at scale are gonna be real tiny. I want to see some printed examples of them, because like the concepts behind them are so fucking cool. And I mean, you know, in fairness, the ones you're making, Chaos Space Marine heads, they're at that heroic scale, so they're not as small as most heads for minis. They're actually significantly larger. I think they're gonna look good. But yeah, you know well the plight of zooming in too far and getting lost in spaces. When you're making details and you realize you're working with increments of like, let's up this by 0.1 millimeters and this by 0.15 millimeters, and at a certain point you're like, I'm not gonna be able to see any of this. up the size and play big hammer. I guess that is the real bonus to making so many things 3D printable. You could always print them giant. You could always print them giant. One detail I'm going to add to this guy also.
There's a snake in the trees.
Oh.
They went through the rest of the thing.
Okay. Cool. One of the things I'm going to do with this guy, though, is I'm not going to make the elbow joint separate. There's going to be a few static poses for the arms, and then you'll be able to point the arms in whatever direction you want. But I'm going to make probably a power cable coming from the back of the PPC going up and routing into the back of the shoulder. I think I'm going to do that. I don't know. I guess we'll work on it some more before I really decide that. All in all, I'm really happy with where this model has gotten for just 2 work sessions. We've got more. I have 3 more designs that I need to work on after this one. The cable to the torso is tricky, just because the arm and the torso are going to be separate parts. So matching those up, marrying a solid printed cable to the torso is almost impossible without printing the arm and the torso as a single piece. Excuse me, by the way. Cable and no cable versions? Yeah, I guess there's always the option. This is one of the first ones that we're going to try to make available once it's posed and finished and tested and everything. We're going to try to make this one available cast in ScioRes. So that should be a thing, but why don't we go ahead and get started taking a look at what y'all have been posting to the Storm Report.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorb paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Dwegom, thank you for the reminder. Made a test print, but it was 25% too small. Details needed an 8x lens to see, but the printer is a champ. And did it. Well, I mean, your work is unfucking impeachable. It's a difficult skill set to describe to people, that transition of your mind into making scale details. It's like when you try to explain heroic scale. If you were to take most Space Marines or heroic scale miniatures and blow them up to full size, they would look like mutated freaks. Their hands would be giant, their eyeballs would be huge, you'd be like, you look like a fucking gray alien. But at mini scale, it works. It works real well. I mean, this is a good example of it here, with our painted Shadow Sun. What are the aliens called? Can someone help me out? What alien species is Prince Gizor? And what alien species are these guys? He's the same thing as Gizor. But I cannot, for the life of me, remember what the species is called. Either way, the skin tone that you're working with on these Dweghom, this is fucking beautiful. You have nailed this so well. The face reads really well. This is a good example, though, of if you blew this guy up to full size, he would look like a fucking freakish mutant with huge cheekbones. Faline, it's not Chiss, Sentient Pickle. Sentient Chiss are blue with red eyes. And they're not criminals. The Chiss Ascendancy is its own separate government. Cheeks so sharp they'll cut that cheese! Yeah, the speed paints are working out real well. Lobster Fests, yeah, no, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like Freem Scissor Punch, right? That's a real name. I didn't just make that up. I don't know if I have the first name right. I think it's Freem or Therm. Maybe it's Therm. Therm Scissor Punch. That's a Star Wars character. Look it up if you don't believe me. You can you can blame Lord and Miller. He has claw hands. And he's called Therm Scissor Punch. Yeah, why not Zoidberg? All in all, like, now, okay, they're making particularly detailed and deeply detailed minis that are really easy to paint lately. Like, this is a fantastically sculpted mini with the new, what is it, Shadow Sun Syndicate figures for Star Wars Legion, but damn nice job using the speed paints on this. Again, I particularly love what you're doing with the skin tone. This comes across so nice, Dweghom. I am loving the look of these minis. Jack Squat Thrust. Here we have from Wolverine DH, some Shadow Warrior Sisters. Simple paint job because my hands don't want to anymore. Only contrast paint. Contrast and speed paints have been so popular lately. And this is another great example of when a sculptor does their details with a good, proper depth. That's when you can really get away with using things like speed paints, like your contrast paints, like dry brushing, just the simple, easy techniques. They react so well when the detail is crisp and deep. This is from what's the Patreon called? This is Machine God's work, isn't it? I recognize his style of detailing and his variety of poses. Keep them cuts deep. Yeah, these are really nicely done. I'm pretty sure these are Machine Gods. He does a really good job posing these, like, digitigrade bird-style legs. Black Sun? Is it Black Sun? I thought it was Shadow Syndicate. That was something like that. Yeah, Black Sun is the group that, yeah, that's Darth Maul runs Black Sun, isn't it? Because he has the little, like, pendant that he wore with the Black Sun sigil on it. All in all, really nice work, Wolverine. And again, my compliments to the chef, to the designer, because when someone knows what they're doing, they can make the paint jobs just so damn easy. And this is just like wham bam contrast paint, little bit of yellow, a little touch of color here and there, couple of hazard stripes, and Bob's your uncle, you have a painted mini. Even some quick striping on the base to give it the look of a street. Really nicely done, Wolverine. Black Sun was from Shadows of the... Oh, wait. Okay, Black Sun is Shadows of the Empire, so that's Prince Xizor. What is Darth Maul's group called? I thought it was Black Sun, Dark Sun, something like that. No, it can't be Dark Sun. Dark Sun is a book series. Wasn't it? Or was that Black Sun? I'm confusing myself. The Dark Black Suns. Whatever. Dark Sun was D&D. Thank you. Crimson Dawn. Is that really it? I don't fucking care. I'm like, why am I talking about this? Here we have from Machine God Ur. Yeah, that is him. My baby's looking sick. Finally got and modeled one of my favorite mediums, even if one of them is just an Allahu. Oh, controversial speech. Left model is based on the 2E, the token, the second edition token art from Victor Musical. So it's technically unseen, and the right model is my take on the 2C using the same art. On both of the models, I also incorporated MechWarrior Online CGL and M MechWarrior 4 design cues. It's the wrong cues, Machine God! And I think they came out really good. Need to do some more poses and then test print them. I can't help but, like, I realize in 3D his hands are probably forward, so he's a hunchback and he's kind of hunching forward to brace for firing both of those racks on his shoulders. But because it's a 2D image, I can't help but imagine those hands are on his hips. So he's just like... Yeah, this is the hunchback. He's doing the Macarena. Oh, that's a dated reference. What are you doing, Sentient Pickle? Crimson Dawn, a member of the Shadow Collective. They're just making up phrases at this point. This is a nicely done hunchback. I like the kind of backset cockpit as opposed to the more modern, like, Kanye shutter glasses look. Is the center little tiny eyes? No, I think those are lasers. But now it's hard not to see that. Ooh, oh no. Oh, that's not good. Why did I put that in my brain? POV42, hitting that 15-month mark. Thank you so much for your support, POV. Welcome in. How you doing today? Fuck, it does look like eyes. No, he sits up here. These are lasers. The mouth is the crotch. The crotch is my domain. I like how you've done, well, it's Hunchback and Hunchback 2C. So I appreciate that our 2C has beefier forearms, different feet while still keeping the same toe arrangement. There are a lot of subtle differences between them while still keeping the same design aesthetic. Very nicely done. Look at that AC up there. That's some blammo right there. What about a party back? What about a party back, Machine God? I want to see the party back in this design. The disco back, baby. Pew, pew, pew. Let's see them test prints. That's a good-looking Hunchback. Your thread includes your second picture. I'll be sure to take a look. Laser eyes. Sure, why not? And speaking of Ren, Tau Crisis battlesuits I'm doing for a friend took a long time due to apathy. Oh. I thoroughly appreciate your honesty and your self-awareness, Ren. That is to be admired. Oh, these came out nice. Quick, simple, traditional Tau colors. Panel lining all worked well. What paints are we using for these, Ren? I'm curious which paints went down on this. Good brush control on these. If you wanted to zhuzh these up at all I would do is do like a light gray dry brush on the burst cannons and the legs down here. Like, that would just add a little bit of punch. The basing looks nice. A 6-hour paint job that took 2 to 3 weeks. Oh god, that's all too familiar. All too familiar. The Weeb Empire. Wait. This is your second pick? From Bees? I paint quick. These look fantastic for a quick job. No, they do. They do! The fact that a lot of that time was procrastination does not detract from the fact that ultimately when you sat down and knocked them out, you got a really, really good result that takes advantage of the natural features of the models themselves. Buff and soft tone for the armor, using the Army Painter tones. I really, really like those. I've used those for a lot of projects. Very, very nicely done, Ren. You should be proud of these. And don't worry about the procrastination time. We all go through periods like that. And apathy is very... I haven't painted anything in weeks. I keep doing these 3D modeling streams because right now I'm just like, that's what my brain's doing. I'm in the 3D space. Eventually I'll get back to those fucking dwarves I was painting and I'll get them done. Eventually. You just gotta give yourself some time. The buff from Vallejo. Yeah, I think I've got a bottle of that, actually. I don't know how much of it I've really used. Very, very nicely done, Ren. And well-deserved compliment. Here we have from Sewer Creature, experimenting with a combination of standard detail focus parts and low detail background for the new comic I'm working on. The transition here is a bit more jarring than I'd prefer. More recent experiments have proved to smooth it out a little. Hold on. Standard detail focus and low detail background. Alright, the jarring transition that you are having a trouble with, Sewer Creature, I'm not noticing. This all reads appropriately to me. We've got good detail on our focal part here, which, by the way, what the fuck, man? What? Wait, is this Raised by Wolves Season 2? Because there's definitely elements of this in here. This poor son of a bitch with, like, roots growing through him, and it looks like his limbs have come apart into horrible like, I don't know what's going on here, and I don't know that I want to. Reminds me of Blasphemous. Yeah, that same kind of Baroque art style in an 8-bit fashion, right? Ren, you have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. The tree grew out of him, if it answers anything. Yeah, like, Sewer Creature, have you seen Raised by Wolves? At this point, I can't recommend anybody watch Raised by Wolves too much, because it's apparently getting fucking canceled unless somebody picks it back up for a Season 3. And Season 2 definitely does not answer the big questions, though it's still really quite good. But there is a sequence in Raised by Wolves Season 2 that I think you'd like it, Sewer Creature. It's got some really fucked up imagery in it. But this actually reminds me of some of the events of Raised by Wolves Season 2. Something happens with a people and a tree, and it's not great. Raised by Wolves gives me trauma. It's a... I like it. I like that show a lot, and I'll be really upset if the last image we have is a helmeted Travis Fimmel floating an upside-down cruciform. Back with gummy worms. I hope you brought enough gummy worms for everybody, Shiny Mew. I hope you brought enough gummy worms for everybody. Like, I feel like if you go into Raised by Wolves obsessed with getting, like, really hard answers to sci-fi questions, you're probably watching the wrong show. It's about much broader concepts of, like, religion and spirituality, and you really kind of have to just go with it. It reads very well, Sewer Creature. I'm not noticing the problem that you are, and I feel like that's the best feedback I can give you on it. Yasuke53, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Here we have from Mafik. Bought myself another kit while I was on the 2-week break. Oh, look at this bad boy. Wait, which one is this? Which series is this from? I feel like I recognize this, but I can't place it. With the eye slit that goes in 2 axes. He's kind of adorable, isn't he? He's extra cartoony with the brightly colored, like, shield. You little guy down on the lawn. Your grass is looking nice. I mean, better than mine right now. Yeah. It's the yellow and red combo. I feel like these are probably foam darts that shoot out, right? I guess this was in Mobile Suit Gundam. Damn, if that doesn't drive home how long it's been since I've watched that initial series. Because, yeah, I'm like, I recognize it, but I can't quite place it. Huh. You got a lot of those bright color combos in the first Mobile Suit Gundam. Lots of the yellow and red next to each other. And so many fun, cursed frames. Good looking kit, though, Mafik. Here we have from... Of that one? Gimishkar? A Red Comet version of that? Maybe that's why I don't remember it, Datrin. How much of the series was it in? As a penhead. Yeah, I feel like there should be a ballpoint up there, right? Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, Cyber Knight, our very own Metal Core collectible. So I was going to re-release the Cobra yesterday, but my brother-in-law tested positive for COVID yesterday morning. I am sorry to hear that. So I'm just going to sit on it for a bit and see how my tests go. Negative yesterday, but going to try again tonight, so fingers crossed. This was a few days ago, so hopefully we can hear something back soon. Slaps roof of Cobra. This baby can fit such a big radome on it, and that's such a neat detail. The Cobra itself is such an incredibly versatile platform with all of the modular parts you've created. And if that doesn't come across in this image, I don't know what does. Look at that. We got an IFV version of it. We have what would this be? This is more like a Bradley armored fighting vehicle over here. And then we have sort of a command vehicle support sensor truck. Really, really cool stuff. And this is another designer who really knows how to use proportions and deep details at a teeny tiny scale. Those of us who model at 6mm know well the plight. Know well the plight of scaling details on our brains. Very, very nicely done. And folks, you can always hit exclamation point Metal Core in chat to get a link over to Cyber Knight's site. I highly recommend checking it out. If you're into 6mm gaming, you're going to find printable STL files these days, and you're going to find a whole lot of really amazing, easy to magnetize kits with lots of options. By the way, Yasuke, thank you so much for asking. I think everybody's doing pretty well. I know I am. I don't want to speak for chat, but everybody seems to be having a pretty good day, minus a couple of issues here and there. Hail Cobra. The worst elite unit we saw. Yeah, like, I know I've seen it, but it's like it skipped right off my brain somehow. Here we have from Unexpected, finally facing my fear. Started more work on Thanatos. Today was eyes and lips. It's all about lips and nips, baby. It's got to be sexy, otherwise I don't eat. Makeup tutorials were my friend. They generally are when you're doing faces. More work on them once it cures. Ugh. Whoa! Wowee! Them some intense eyes. Holy shit. I want to get in a staring contest with this model. I mean, I'll lose, obviously, but... Oh, this is horrid. This reminds me... Has anybody in chat seen that movie Laser Blast? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I don't even want to describe it. I just want to ask, have you seen Laser Blast? Because if you have, you know exactly what I'm talking about right now. It's an old movie. It's a bad movie. It's a cheap movie. Voxel Forge, yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Now it's in your head too, Datron. Enjoy. Yeah, with the terrible claymation aliens. And the big arm gun. Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting to, my feet. Got like scanners over here. Like, gonna pop my fucking brain. That is some intense staring. I love the work on the lips, though. That's really effective. Very nicely done, Unexpected. Sculpt somewhat forces me to make her gaze wide. Now, are the eyelids sculpted in? Or do you have some leeway with that? Just, wow! That is... Bam! It's a big sculpt, though. The eyelids are sculpted like that. I think maybe it's that... Now, did you print this at a larger size than it normally is? Like, maybe it's just the angle. Like, the eyes look good. It's just like, whoa! Maybe, No, because you've got some warmth in the whites. They're not pure white. Don't get me wrong. It looks good. It's just, it's arresting. Oh, solid resin. Okay, I didn't realize. I thought that they were prints for some reason. I don't know. Roddy McDowell proved that in a lot of movies, Datron Voltaire. Do you think Roddy McDowell saved Shakma? Sitting in one fucking room the entire movie, not having any idea how the hell Dungeons and Dragons is played? Roddy McDowell did some real shit. Some real garbage movies around that era. Ooh, I love the gold, though. All the variation in the gold. Unexpected, this is coming together wonderfully, and I love the splash of red that we have down here. This is... that yellow is just... It looks so infected. Yeah, should really see a doctor about that. Here we have from Asri. The Kron Spine of Gur fell into a molten volcano and came out looking like this. Color shift base codes into a bunch of dark star metallic glazes. It's an interesting effect. Don't know if I like it or not, but hey, it looks neat. Hold up. Color shift base coats, dark star metallic glazes. That actually looks pretty fucking excellent. I like that. I like the color shift with the green to yellow, and then the little flashes of red from the underside. This is actually really cool looking. For something that sounds like it was really simple to do. Bad at cropping pictures. It's fine. It's fine, Asri, and thank you so much for the sub. Infected is the point, her back is a nightmare. Yeah, the big, like, spar of iron sticking out of her back, I can see how that's gonna play in. Yeah, this is a really pretty interesting paint job. I like the look. I would like to see this in person. With the color shift, I'll bet it's even more interesting. I really like the red on the underside and in between the segments. I think if anything throws me on this model, it's how verdant the base is. I feel like I want to see this model on, like, barren Badlands or something like that. But the model itself is really quite striking and interesting. And like I said, I love the green to gold to silver transitions you have going on here. A little bit of blue in the spines. Like, this came out nice. I would do more. Something like 9 different golds. I'd buy that. Do more of this. This is surprisingly effective. So much negative space I went overboard on the plants. It's his patch of flowers. Keep off. Yeah, that's the only thing that throws me. I feel like skeletons or rocks or lava or something like that would sort of play into the model a little bit better. But the paint job itself is wonderful. Here we have from the Happy Heretic. Had a 3D printed mech with a broken arm that I decided needed a new lease on life. Couldn't find the arm, so I got some wires from something and did up some battle damage. Took a hobby knife to him for battle damage, added contrast paints and oil wash, and some pigment powder. I'm calling him Lucky Number 7. Think he used 4 colors max on him if you count the metallics. His ass is clean and pristine because he ain't running from shit. Is this one of Syllogy's Maulers? I know he did a pretty good job on it. This is one of my favorite ways to do broken limbs too, is having, yeah, some wire. I like how you use different gauges of wire too. That really adds to it. I've done this effect less successfully than this on some of my broken mechs, but having the really fine wire woven in there and kind of frayed out and sticking out, and this thicker wire looks more like hydraulic cabling or myomer or what have you. Simple and effective, mostly cool colors. Little bit of extra color over here. It's an excellent use. An excellent use for ultimately a failed / broken print. Are those actual dice? Those are really fucking small. Nicely done, Happy Heretic, and a good save. No clue which chord I cut up. Hope it wasn't anything crucial. I guess you'll find out, right? Here we have from Printer Dragon Firsts. Storm Report submission, 28mm scale minis, limited experience is with Battletech. Project using AP speed paints, just going for a tabletop standard. Minis designed on Hero Forge by the Game Master, modified for variants, printed and painted by me. That is one of the neatest things, that services like that exist, so you can really just make like your own Egyptian cultist guys for a campaign, slap some paint on them, and take them to the board. It's almost as easy as using cardboard standees, but so much more interesting. Oh shit, these are nicely done. I like the color coding. I think you've chosen well there. I think it's more effective on the yellow one is maybe the least striking of them, just because the yellow is so close to a lot of his base colors, but obviously you were going through a whole series of them so you could differentiate them on the tabletop. But when we look at like the purple, the magenta, even the orange works pretty well. I like the red, I particularly like the blues. I think those stand out the best. Nice job on the basing too. Simple, sandy, effective. Well done, Printer Dragon. Good, clean brushwork. I've seen Hero Forge minis come out a whole hell of a lot worse than this. For tossing them together for a D&D campaign, the future is now. The only suggestion I would make on this, if you're interested in it, a couple of washes. I think like a good dark wash on the wraps that you have on the arms, and maybe the same wash on the gold mask would go a long way just to popping out some of the details there that otherwise get lost. But really nice, clean paint jobs. Was running out of colors. Yeah, and sometimes that's just what you gotta do. These are minis painted for practicality. These are game pieces, and I respect that. Here we have from White Wolf. I could showcase painted or gunplat stuff, but nah, let's showcase the Werber instead. I might have been printing a few different things as test pieces the last couple of days. And yes, each color has a Cali dragon and other things, because why not? Wonder if Thunderhead will notice something being different with one of those sets or not. Oh no. Things we do to help hubby decide on colors he wants for the Voron 2.4. Wait, what am I noticing? Something different with one of those sets. This is gonna break my fucking brain. That's what she said, Muffy. Hey, Walter's Workshop. You know who has nice, clean paint jobs? This guy named Thunderhead Studio. That's just a fucking lie. My paint jobs are messy as shit. I cover up my mistakes with weathering pigments. Walter's Workshop. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for the support. How are you doing, man? How's the stream? I'll thunder all over your studio. Who the fuck let Dr. Rhino in here? How long have you been lurking? Yeah, that was a really nice compliment that Data Nerd and Krasala gave me. After seeing my work in person, they seem to insist that it looks just as good, and I do appreciate that. Don't poot in here. No. Get the hell out. You poot outside, sir. I'm glad to hear that, Walter's Workshop. I haven't had a chance to actually stop in and see you for a little while, but I've been off Twitch for most of the month. I'm really just kind of ramping back up into it. Is there a Spartan heavy armor within the Halo universe? I don't fucking know. like a big power armor? There's like bulkier armor. I know we saw some of that in Reach, didn't we? No, why do you get it? I mean, okay, it's not gonna be right now. It'll be after, but we're almost there. I have no idea. I have no idea what's different in the set. If I keep looking, it's going to hurt me. I'm bad at Where's Waldo, White Wolf, but that is a damn nice looking enclosure you've got. Oh wait, there's a spoiler. Finally did input shaper, so there's noticeably less ringing on the Sparta 3D Cloud Gray parts. Oh, okay. Well, nice. I mean, I have no idea, Mafik. I am far from a Halo expert, let me tell you. Gotta go back to Lurk.
Love you, Thunder Buddy. Can't wait to talk the Warriors with you. I'm sleepy. Go get some sleep, Dr. Rhino. Go get some sleepy sleeps.
Thanks so much for stopping in, dude. It's always good to see you. Dr. Rhino, honestly, one of my favorite people. One of my favorite people on Twitch. But we have a lot of my favorite people in here tonight. Oh my god, Walter's Workshop, Dr. Rhino at the same time. The triumvirate of smug, nerdy-ass, bearded motherfuckers. One was all purple. Was that the difference? I guess this one. I guess that's true. I'm excited about that, Dr. Rhino. I'm really excited to see your episode, and I'm super hyped to talk. We're going to be talking... okay, we got to talk to Warriors and Streets of Fire, because I want to compare and contrast these two movies. They're the most alike. I can't think of another movie that is exactly like either one of them except the other, and I love both films. Which, thank you for reminding me of that, because I need to re-watch Streets of Fire this week. Definitely for, like, work purposes, and not just because I want to. Streets of Fire is better acting. I'm not going to comment on that until I've done them back to back, and then we're going to get into it. Dr. Rhino and I are going to podcast about Warriors and Streets of Fire. It certainly has the better soundtrack, but that's like, you know, a big part of the movie. And I'm pretty sure Streets of Fire takes place in the Gotham City that was in Batman the Animated Series. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, getting back in the swing of things as I am slowly healing. This is a work in progress for Cybern Knight Magnatorius Maximus of his Dune Runner vehicle. Adjustments will come soon. I love how short and wide it is. This makes me want him to widen it slightly. Like, I feel like this has the width of like a Humvee to it, and it just reads really, really well. Very nicely done, Project Dark Fox. I really like what you've done with the tires here. They're just a little more futury. Kind of an update. You do great hard surface work, though, Project Dark Fox. I always love seeing it, and we're going to be working off of some of your art here pretty soon, too. Very nicely done. Really glad to hear you getting back in the swing of things. Sometimes it can be hard to get that traction, but clearly you're not having any problem with traction, because it's... That's a joke about tires. It's not very good. But I did it anyway. X-Brawn! Welcome in, good to see you. Here we have from Sentient Pickle, my rebuilt setup for Setup Sunday. Getting back into painting after a hiatus. Not winning any cable management awards. I can't possibly speak to that. I'm never going to show you what mine looks like right now. Still getting final tweaks anyway, so I'll clean that up soon. Look at these nice key lights. Bam, bam, we got triple monitors going on. We got paint stations over here. We have speakers that are way too goddamn big. We got a fan. We got an airbrush compressor. There's even a fuzzle. There's even a fuzzle. I could manage this. I could stream from this. This is quite nice. We even got the sentient pickle right on over here. Look at all this. Look at all this equipment. There's like a little wash station. We got a camera up here. That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. I like the corner desk setup, and you've got it not in a corner, so there's like an access way behind it. That's kind of interesting. That looks like a closet though. That's not the exit to the room. I assume you exit the room behind, and you've just got like a supply closet back here. There is indeed a floof, and a floofy floof at that. A long-haired turbo floof. Even got floofy feets. Oh my lord. We're gonna need enhance. Someone, it's not working. I'm pushing the button, but it's not working. Someone enhance. Damn it. We're gonna need a certain floof tax, sentient pickle. You're going to have to rectify that. Here we have from Automat Americana. So remember discussion last stream about boxes on legs? I do. We have that conversation a strange amount of the time. Finished the legs on a Strider. Would have started posing, but I'm trying some new stuff on this one, including interchangeable-ish omnipods, which is a good idea. That is the whole idea behind them. The files are off to be supported and test printed first. For now, have my version of the Strider as it currently stands. Cause it's about the legs. I like your version a lot better than this art. I've seen this art before, and this one, more so than even the line art, this one is just it's like a cardboard box. This is some scientific progress goes boink shit right here. I'll check it out after the stream, Xbron. Thanks for letting me know. Like, holy crap. And looks way off balance, too. This is a bit better. And this is significantly better, giving it that sloped profile and the sort of the enhanced prognostication on the canopy. It goes a long way. Though for those people who like to complain about, why is there so much glass on the mech? Oh, you just shoot it right in the face. They're gonna love this one, because it's got like an observation deck hanging off the front of it. I like it. I like it. Makes me think of the blockhead off Gumby. Oh my god, who the hell thinks of the blockheads on Gumby ever? That is a dated reference. I like what you've done with the feet, with the one toe kind of sticking off to the side, very much like this art here. It's got a unique profile. To the Foots Lambda Rail, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. All in all, this has come together incredibly well, Automat. And I'm curious to see this test print. Please share the test prints with us so that we can discuss any necessary changes or shifts, because we've gotten to see this one really just kind of from concept through the finish. We have to have our input. We have to, Automat. Forgot about the blockheads in Gumby, right? I don't think I've thought about the blockheads since I was a very young child. Southern Mountain, welcome in. How you doing, Southern Mountain? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. How was dinner, Riot Sister? Inquiring minds want to know. Here we have from This Mechanic Games. Painted this tiefling fighter for a D&D game I'm gonna start soon. Only been painting a couple of months, and I feel like I'm learning a lot, even if I'm not making as much progress as I would like. When do we ever? When do we ever, This Mechanic Games? As much progress as I would like is an unrealistic amount of progress. Any criticism and tips would be appreciated. Let's have a look. Now, hold on, does he say... Only been painting a couple of months. For painting a couple of months, this looks great. You're already using layering, you're already using edge highlighting. You have done a pretty good job with contrasting warm and cool tones across parts that are nearby in order to create focal points and interest. We have a nice central line going up. I gotta be honest, it is difficult to critique this model with the context of only having been painting a few months. You are clearly trying, you're clearly paying attention. Your brushwork is clean. Your layers seem nice and thin. I don't have much of an angle on this metallic to tell if you did washes on it or not, but it reads well. I'd say the face is, comparatively speaking to the rest of the model, the face reads a little bit flat. You might go ahead and grab those highlights on the cheekbone, the tip of the chin, the nose a little bit more. It doesn't look like you painted the eyes, but again, you've been painting a few months. I can't sit here and be like, you've been painting a few months, you should be painting tiny fucking eyes by now. I barely do that, and I've been painting for years. This looks really good. I might dry brush the base. If I had to pick one thing and say, do this to make the model look better, this Mechanic Games, I would use a fairly light gray, and I would do a very soft dry brush across the base to pull out some of the texture. And I would only do that because the base color for the legs here, this dark purple, is a fairly dark color, and then you have a fairly dark warm color also for the base itself. It looks really good. Again, you're layering the fabric, you're edge highlighting the armor. I like to try and pick a technique for people to focus on when they ask for advice. Like, what's the next thing that you should be focusing on? My standard advice is always increase your contrast. It's not to be afraid of contrast, and it's to use brighter colors in your highlights, but you haven't really shied away from that. You've got good contrast in this. So I'm gonna say, this is a well-painted model. Again, for only going for a few months, this is an extremely well-painted model. The highlights on the leather are kind of weak. This would be a good opportunity to bring in some more reds and tans across the belt and the pouches. These kind of disappear into it a little bit, particularly with the orange tabard and how bright that is. So maybe come in, highlight the belt, the tops of it, a little bit more. That'd be a good opportunity to work in texturing. All the things I want to tell you to do are things that I generally wouldn't say to somebody who has only been painting a short time. I want to say things like start learning how to paint like volumetric highlights. Like, instead of just being edge highlighted down along this armor, pick up the volume here and layer a brighter color up into the shadow up here. But like, you've already even kind of started to do that. This is... I'll tell you what I want. I'll tell you what I want from you, this Mechanic Games. I want more. Because this is a well-painted model. And I want to see what you do next. I feel like with two pieces of yours to compare, I might be able to give some more meaningful feedback. And I don't just want to say, wow, good job. But, I mean, wow, good fucking job, man. Give me more. Give me more, Mechanic. Show me more of your models. And keep up the good work. And I think that we can help push you to the next level. Really, really nice job. Here we have from Wombat Combat, Oily Update number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Once this bloated boy dries, we're going to be taking him to Filth Town via the 9 o'clock train to Weathering City. Oh. I feel like this is oil abuse. Oh, God. The like, pallid, jaundiced skin that's sort of fading into a more bruised, livid, going into it's kind of like infected pustules, and then the yeah. There you go, Gimishkar. He needs a he needs a skid mark. Don't do that. Wombat Combat, don't do that, please. Nobody wants that. Your transitions are really, really good, and I'm gonna bet just on kind of the look of the picture and how kind of soft everything looks, and particularly how soft this black is, because this is a good reference point. I know what these bases look like in real life. I feel like some of our details are a little washed out, and some of these colors are a little bit more vivid in real life, just because this is a black base and it looks very gray. So tweak your camera settings just a wee little bit to get a little bit more saturation. It looks like you're using a good amount of light. So I don't want to critique any of the colors here. I'll say that the transitions do look very natural, and you've made some excellent choices on here. That was your mobile camera. Okay, yeah. Then that's probably what it is, as that kind of washed out halo effect. Really nicely done, Wombat Combat. You're really coming along with the oil paints. Here we have from Sumatha. Nothing really new to share beyond reiterating that the complete art pack for Operation Lancaster has been made available. Since videos can't show well during the storm report, thought I'd share this little bit of oh hell no that I stumbled across. Oh my god. At first I was like, Mecha Godzilla? No, Xeno Godzilla. This is what happens if a facehugger gets onto... How would that work? Would Godzilla be affected by a face full of alien wing wong? Huh. Is it shooting an acid beam out of its inner mouth? This is a really cool piece of art, but it raises so many questions. Thank you for the reminder, Toby and Lord. Huh. Okay. We're all fucked. I did say we might need a t-shirt. I would wear this. I would unironically wear this in public. No one would know what the fuck was going on, and that would make it all worthwhile. The Matt Yee Enjoyers Club. And it's even got Gaben in the background. Oh, that really completes the picture, doesn't it? Make it. Fund it. Do a fucking, like, if we gotta all go in on a group order to get these made, count me in. Nicely done, Wombat. I don't have much, but I do have this. Cat stuff. I don't know that I've got sound turned on here. No, I don't think I do. It's me talking about how the missile tubes look like cat nipples, and we don't... Kursala, we don't need to reiterate that. That was, It was an unfortunate turn of phrase that I regret very much, and it's already immortalized on the channel, so I suppose if you strange viewers out there would really like to relive that moment, you have that option. You have that option in the video library that I do try not to delete things from, even though sometimes I very much want to. Why don't we just kind of, like, I'm not even looking. My hand is just, it's moving on its own, really. I have no control over my scroll wheel. Here we have from Gimishkar. Don't do this at home unless you are a licensed professional or electro-fire curious. I'm not. Introducing my slowly emerging Danger Firebot, now with a 50% increased chance of spontaneous combustion. I'm gonna recycle our plastic waste that our city just dumps in the landfill. Now all I'm missing are the spinny movie parts. Wait. Hold up. What's happening here? Yeah, this is a hot end. And it's attached to a 2x4. What's happening here? Other than starting fires, this is going to accomplish what? I'm horribly confused. Okay, alright. It's missing parts. As you said, the spinny movie bits are missing. You're going to take plastic bottles and you're going to melt them and you're going to extrude and pull through a PET filament. I mean, Godspeed, sir. That's... Alright, please, do me a favor, Gimishkar. Share more of this with us when more parts are on here, so that I can start to comprehend how this is going to work. I'm very, very interested to see the final results. And please, for the love of God, don't burn your house down. Please don't. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. Currently traveling for work and had a day before shenanigans start. Feel I took great advantage of it. Oh my lord. Where are you? That is some fucking landscape. Yeah, that would have been the I was about to say, like, okay, we're on a Pacific island, maybe? One of the Hawaiian islands? Something volcanic, certainly. Damn. That is gorgeous. I've never been. Woof. That is a lovely video, Journeyman Paint Hour, and thank you for sharing that moment with us. Yeah, no self-arson. None. I by the way, I appreciate the little diacritic mark there, the little accent for Hawaii, just to make sure that we say it properly, Riot Sister. You make us better people just by your very presence. Here we have from DFW Dwegham, did up some Rebel Troops from Star Wars Legion for a co-worker, all done in speed paint. Camo was done by using Camo Clode, which I don't have that one. I need to get Camo Clode. Applying slashes and dots of plasmatic bolt and dark wood. Helmets, packs, and belts were done with a mix of Camo Cloak, Dark Wood, Gravelord Gray in a 4 or 5 to 1 mix. Shirts and gloves used as squad indicators. Love speed paints. This was all done in 2 hours, going color by color across everyone. You're getting pretty good at this, Dwegham. Like I was saying before, it takes practice. I guess you've been getting some of it because these read nicely. I've painted these exact minis before. Clever use of the gloves as squad indicators without having to just do the rims of the bases. The camo also reads quite nicely. Shit. And I assume you're doing like a Gravelord Gray on the weapons. For 2 hours of work, it is damn hard to argue with that. I do want something, but I would butter you up anyway, Riot Sister. The fact that I want something is immaterial. It's just gonna be double the butter. We going for 2 times the butter. And also, thank you so much for being willing to help me. I appreciate it so much. Really nicely done, Dwegham. Like, just crazy effective for 2 hours. I did all my my GCPS Marines and speed paints and got similar results, but I think you got better ones than I did. Damn. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, finished my first Carnival mini. A lowly slave from the Rashar gang. Mostly contrast paints with some highlights and an oil wash. Quite like how grimdark this guy came out. Yeah. Yeah, he looks like a nasty piece of art with the shadows in the eye sockets are particularly effective. It's a great way to, you know, not have to paint eyes, but it's also really what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I guess grimdark is the word that works. I don't like using that word. I always like to try to find some other way to express the feeling, but yeah. Kind of grimy, kind of dirty, kind of washed out, and still in very, very heavy shadow. Oh, I see through you, Happy Heretic. But I also respect the initiative. Really deep shadows, really, really heavy contrast. Very, very effective. I'm interested to see more of these Carnival minis. Other than being apparently in an unfortunate resin, the sculpts are very interesting. Nicely done. Here we have from Mafik, not too much to talk about, or not much to talk about this, but hey, at least I had some fun drawing elemental battle armor. Homeboy's about to have some trouble. Oh my god, there's a slime on the elemental battle armor, and he's rocking like a saber and a funny little desert helmet. These are invariably my favorite part of Mafik's art. And we got another battle armor over here, and some Panzerfaust-wielding gentlemen just kind of hanging out on top of it. I look forward to it, Happy Heretic. Fly me closer, I want to cut into that mech with my sword. Oh, slimes. This is a pretty good rendition of a toad. Well done, Mafik. Oh, I guess they're on the same side. Okay. I see what's happening. They both got the fish. He's pointing, commanding this poor son of a bitch who doesn't have battle armor. Alright. Alright, fair enough. I thought maybe he was about to brain that dude. Here we have from the POV 42, opinion desperately needed. Oh my, trying to decide which of these two schemes will be the best for a prize for a charity fundraiser, and I keep flip-flopping. Harlequin Quarters is probably a higher degree of difficulty, but the sky blue two-tone legs might be more fruitful canvas to focus on the fundamentals. Doing another prize for Desert Bus this year, specifically a Wolf's Dragoon box. Have to pick the scheme I paint them in. These are my two ideas. The actual prices will be painted to my highest standard, and these are just scheme tests. Fair enough. Really torn as to which color scheme would be the most impressive. The two-tone. The one on the right, the one that you've done on the Hammerhead, is visually going to be the most effective. I respect the... what's going into this motley color that we have over here. It's a little too chaotic to read well. It doesn't do well with the eyes. It winds up kind of confusing. Even if you up the contrast and spent more time on it, I feel like it's just going to wind up looking sort of confetti-ish no matter what you do. And I'm a big proponent of bright paint schemes as opposed to like dark, gritty, realistic ones, but this reads really well. You've got a classic color combination as shown here on the banner with the yellow and black. I actually really like that. And the blue works well, and as you said, it's going to be painted to your highest standard. I think if you deepen the blue, that's going to read even more effectively, and then use, like, yeah, green for your cockpit glass. Yeah, the right one. I feel like this is just all in all a better concept. Though it's wonderful seeing, it is absolutely wonderful seeing these Operation Lancaster mechs getting paint jobs. We got the Reckoning over here and the Hammerhead over here. These are available from Metalcore Collectibles. They're fantastic models. Yeah, major Voltron vibes. Major Voltron vibes. So I'm going to say right, POV. If you're looking for the opinion, that's going to be it. Wombat Combat did a bit more oily stuff, testing out my non-metallic metal for my Old Dominion, and it is damned effective. I love doing non-metallic metal in oils. It's just... it's so much easier to do than trying to do it in acrylics. I like your kind of purple base that you're working up from. That's a really good base to work up like a copper or bronze. This shield reads wonderfully. I mean, you know, you want a few more edge highlights in here to pull out the details, but your arrangement of highlights from the top to the bottom for a real broad gradient, this works incredibly well, Wombat, and I love what you're doing here with the spearhead, too. It's just a real simple gradient going down it. But it reads properly as a bronze. I like it. I like it. Wombat, you're really, really coming along on the oil paints. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints, another Ultramarine. Took 3 days off due to multiple projects. Be working me in a pain in the ass. Took most of your advice into account. It fucking shows. It shows. Small changes have been made here, Shiny Mew, and they all read well. It is amazing what a difference it makes. You've cleaned up the gold. You've laid in the dark colors to really separate the blue from the gold. You've come in, you've cleaned up the eyes. They read really well. Yes. Yes, Shiny Mew. More of this. Do more of this. Keep practicing what you've done here. When you can do a series of models to this standard comfortably, just over and over, you've got the muscle memory down, you've got the brush control down, which clearly you are gaining. The metallic all looks better. Everything looks much cleaner. Then it'll be time to move on to the next techniques that are really going to push your painting game up, which are likely going to be things like layered highlighting, glazing, and edge highlighting. The metal in particular works well. You're doing good work with washes here. Keep it up. Here we have from Automat Americana, first test print. Well, it turned out fine, but I was less than thrilled with some aspects of the model in real space. That almost always happens. It usually needs a revision. So here goes V2 with a hopefully fixed fit for the pod, scaled down, reposed, detailed legs, and a couple of the fixes. This has turned into a real problem child, and I feel like my quality level slipped on this one. Must do better. Automat, get that fucking thinking right out of your head. Just stop it. You're gaining experience. Failure, and this isn't, I heavily doubt that you can call this a failure. Like, this is every single model. You see people out there making figures for 3D printing, they're all, if they're doing good models, they have to test print and adjust almost every single time. Thinking an edge of Calgar blue, that would be a good next step, Shiny Mew. That would be an excellent next step to start working on. Because it's tricky to get edge highlights clean. But they do a whole lot to pump up that contrast. And then maybe some layers on the tops of the shoulders would look really good. Well, I'm curious to see the final print when you're happy with it, Automat. But I'm telling you, man. You design, you print, you go back to the drawing board, you do it all over again. Eventually, you're going to get a model that you want. And this must do better. Here's the thing. You will do better. Just by virtue of doing more. So keep working, man. And don't beat yourself up. Of all the things you should be doing, that's not it. Here we have from Avash, doing some work for my Imperial Fist. Primed Army Painter Brown, worked up the yellow by hand because I love pain as a fellow Imperial Fist enthusiast. I've suffered through this way too many damn times in my life. Nice looking Horus Heresy Marines. I love seeing all this Corvus armor come together. Brown to yellow is a good transition. It's reading like a nice lemon at this point. Working in the black. If you could work in a couple of red details, that's always been my favorite Imperial Fist scheme, is when you get the red details like the eagle and whatnot. It just contrasts very, very well. That is a whole lot of yellow that you've gotten done there, though. I would say the lion's share of work. Good job, Avash. Damn. I see what you mean, though, with the, oh, we got armies to paint. We got armies to paint, and for some reason we chose Imperial Fists. It's a self-inflicted injury, but an injury nonetheless. Here we have from Kursala, so this particular model is kind of a pain in my ass. Started on it almost 2 years ago, and it continually resists attempts to be finished. This is the latest test print, with most of the final parts, though it still needs a lot of tweaks. Unfortunately, my rinse tub is a lot more saturated than I realized, ended up getting some resin goo stuck to them during the final cure. I hate it when I do this. Like, these are easily recognized problems, and I've had prints come out the same way. Yeah, you just gotta change the water. The proportions are all good, and having seen some of the renders for this guy, wait, is this the one that I have over in... No, that's a different one. Yeah. When I get back to the painting desk, I'm going to be doing some of Kursala's more recent work. This is the Dauber, no? Okay, earlier versions. Yeah, I was going to say, like, little differences. My question was, is there anything I could do better? Shiny Mew, I don't worry too much about that right now. You, from the last one that you painted to the one that you just did, there is a huge amount of improvement. So what you should be focusing on is just maintaining that level across 5 to 10 models. And here's the thing, the next step are things that you can do to models once they've reached that point. So don't worry about that, just practice, okay? And then once you've got 5 to 10 models that all look like that, then you can come back to them and you can start applying the next step, which is going to be probably layering and edge highlighting. But again, you can do that after all the steps that you've done. You can just focus on that once you've done it. But you're getting the fundamentals down pat. This is an important phase in learning to paint, and you're already like painting much cleaner, much clearer, using more contrast, and learning the basic cleanup techniques. That Ultramarine is looking real nice, and we'll get it looking nicer. Give him the clamps! Oh, I remember the Dauber. You've been working on it for a while. It's a cool design, and I mean, you know I love soldier mechs with the fucking TV faces. Well, clean your water, and let's have a look at the next one, is what I'm going to say. Here we have from POW Rogue. Please excuse the bad drawings, but here are my ideas for the next set of heads. Looks like we are moving from Noise Marines to Corn Berserkers, and drawing some inspiration, I'm going to say, from Doom. Maybe. I really like this. They kind of bolted onto the skull 5-eye thing. I like this more curves worked into the big crate. What would those be called? The big corn ear flaps. They're a little bit of a dated design, but I really like these updates to them. This is a cool one too. The visored head with the sort of scully bottom and then these nasty little horns coming up. I like this kind of knight's helmet design. Lone veins? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Whatever the fuck they're called. No, these are some good updates to a fairly dated design. I'm looking forward to seeing. Shit, I might actually print these out. I do like Corn Berserkers. Well, keep us posted, Voxel Forge. I mean, I follow your Instagram, but I want to see more. Here we have from the Tobean Lord. First piece we have here is my character in this year's Art Fight Team theme. Here I'll be joining Team Wither. Cannot help that I love mushrooms. And here on the left is a character I created in 2019. I thought it was 2020, but looking back at old art, dated as early as May of 2019. Whoopsies, it's been a weird 2 years, it's easy to forget. Before, he had no real design, basic gray pants and a claymore sword. Now I finally have an outfit that feels like it fits him very well. I might even use him in a new D&D champagne, but I gave him a whole backstory. Just throwing him away felt like a cardinal sin. So first up, yeah, let's see. This character in this year's Art Fight Team theme. Covered in them mushrooms, might want to see a doctor. Might want to see a doctor. I love your soft shading. I love how, again, really just soft and well textured your art is, Tobean Lord. You have a very identifiable style that I really enjoy. And I see we are back to doing our curved devil horns, a common feature of your work. I like the sort of like Wolverine-esque chops that you tend to put onto your characters too. You're gonna have to deal with that one, Tobean. Very nice. I like the purple too. I mean, it's one of my favorite colors. The fade of the skin tone down to the black for the purple claws, that's a nice touch also. Really good faces. I like the way you do your eyes. They light up well. And then this is our revisitation. The outfit feels like fits him very well. Might even use him, eh? Again with the one horn. We got one that's filed off Hellboy style. In fact, I'm gonna tell you, I'm getting a lot of Hellboy from this. That's probably on purpose considering we have the top knot, the sideburns, and then the filed down horn. I see what you're doing. And you know what? It's working. Good proportions, nice musculature. I like that it's a proper piece of character art with multiple expressions. I wish I had the flair for 2D art. I've got so many other things going on in my life right now. I'm not gonna sit down and really like start trying to get good at two-dimensional art or developing my own style, but I enjoy seeing what other people do, and I enjoy digging into other people's styles. And again, you have such a unique and identifiable style, Tobean Lord. I feel like that is important for an artist. There are a lot of people out there who are just copying what other people are doing, and well, there's nothing wrong with that. Standing out from the crowd and having your own voice is incredibly important. Around the time I did rewatch the movie, so I'm sure there was some yeah, it's there. We got the Hellboy vibes. All he's missing is the right hand of doom. Really, really nice. Particularly for this being a while ago. In 2019, I was doing stick figures, man. Stick figures, I tell you. But that'll bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of this Tuesday art stream. Let's go ahead and figure out who we're gonna raid tonight. Do-doodly-doo-doo-doo. I'm sure somebody's doing something interesting, aren't they? Not as many people on since the pandemic has started to chill out. Commander Mittens is going. Good enough painting, impending duff. Let's go see Commander Mittens. Let's go see Commander Mittens. I like Mittens. She's good people. And if you have not been in Commander Mittens' stream before, you're probably going to want to go ahead and stick around for just a couple of minutes. She has a truly fantastic stream, a very welcoming community. She is a very practical painter. If you are a painter who's not necessarily looking to do extremely stylized artistic pieces, but you're maybe more interested in doing like game pieces, in doing efficient and effective painting for getting onto the tabletop and painting a whole army, she's one of the painters you're going to want to be paying attention to, because she has incredibly efficient painting techniques. She uses contrast very, very well. She uses accessible techniques like pay attention and ask questions, and she's definitely going to be able to help you out. Folks, we'll be back Thursday the 30th. We're going to be continuing with our 3D modeling, probably finishing off the mech that we were working on tonight and starting up something fresh. This Saturday, July the 2nd, is going to be Discord movie night. We're starting off July with some Neil Breen, folks. If you've never watched a Neil Breen movie, if you don't know who he is, don't look it up. Just come show up on the Discord. Hit !point Discord and chat. Pop in. Get your movie night tag and join us on Saturday, because we're watching Twisted Pair. And it's so much fucking fun. Sunday the 3rd, we're going to be doing some painting. I'm going to be getting back to oil painting my Mantic dwarves, my Forge Fathers. And then Tuesday, we're going to be going right back to 3D modeling. A full week of streams. Folks, thank you all for turning out tonight. Thank you all so much for submitting to the Storm Report. Thank you for being a part of this community. And as always, a huge and very earnest thank you to my amazing mod team. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.